Good morning.
Good morning. What's all this? Your results. Congratulations to all. I am confident you'll all achieve your goals. So, young man, what are your aspirations?
I want to do robotics, ideally from the Bust Institute in the US.
And you, young lady?
Sir, I love kids and I would love to learn pediatrics. I feel Boston is the best place for that.
Sumit, what about you?
Back home to India for medicine.
Good. I'm sure you'll all achieve your aspirations, be it in India or anywhere. Keep in mind, your first challenge is the entrance, whether it's IIT, JEE, SAT or NEET. You have to learn from the masters. Brilliant Qatar is the passport to your success.
We undertake coaching for regular and repeat batches and tuition for board examinations. Brilliant Education Centre, Doha, Qatar.
Hi students, welcome to Brilliant Qatar. So we are going to start the Maha Marathon in mathematics today, my dear students. Okay, so this marathon is just to cover up very important subjective based questions. We already have completed MCQ discussions last week and the week before that. Yes, before the board exam we have already done MCQ discussion. So this marathon is just for the subjective questions. Many students are struggling in 2 marks, 3 marks and 5 mark concepts. So we'll be going through the important 5 marks, 3 marks and the 2 mark questions in 2 days, and we are going to start right away with the 5 mark questions, my dears. We know that in 5 marks we have 4 important chapters to cover. First one, relations functions, matrices, determinants, and then 3D geometry, and we will go to application of integrals. So I'm going to start right away with relations and functions, my dear students. Yes, hi my dear students, hi all of you. Very good, okay, fine. So 5 mark questions based on relations and functions, my dears, all of you. First question, see, I would like to say that whenever you are studying for 5 marks of relations functions, focus first on functions. Because basically there are only 3 types of questions coming in functions. One is a rational function, then a quadratic function, and maybe then the last one is a function which has 2 different cases inside the same function. So if you focus on functions part, that you will surely get. And we are also expecting an OR from this. So functions or relations. So let's start away. Functions, the first function is f of x is equal to 4x plus 3 divided by 3x plus 4. Very clearly, this is your domain. So what's your domain? All real numbers except minus 4 by 3. And what's your range? All real numbers except 4 by 3. I mean, this is your codomain, my dears. So this is your codomain, and the first one is your domain. Okay, so when you're going for the 1-1 part of the function, please start by taking 2 elements from the domain. Let x1 comma x2 belongs to the domain r minus 4 by 3. R minus 4 by 3. And let's say f of x1 equal to f of x2. So when you substitute x1 in the function, you get 4x1 plus 3 divided by 3x1 plus 4 is equal to 4x2 plus 3 divided by 3x2 plus 4. Keep in mind, the process of proving 1-1 for a rational function is always the same. So if you learn the concept of one question, you can do any rational function based question. Now after substituting, please cross multiply. So when you cross multiply, you will get 12x1 x2 plus 16x1 plus 9x2 plus 12. Right side, again 12x1 x2 plus 9x1 plus 16x2 plus 12. So what's the logic? Just cross multiply. Cancel. So what you get? 16x1 minus 9x1, 7x1 equal to 16x2 minus 9x2, 7x2. Directly, I am just getting one direct answer, x1 equal to x2. Simply cross multiply, my dear students, nothing else. Simply cross multiply the rational forms. So can I conclude f is 1, 1? F is 1, 1. Now how to start onto? 1, 1 once again, just cross multiply. Onto part, take one element from the domain. Take one element from the domain and one element from the range, from the codomain. Take one element from the domain and one element from the codomain. Okay, so 1 minute. Codomain is r minus 4 by 3. Okay, fine. So then say y equals f of x. In 1, 1, you said f of x1 equal to f of x2. In onto, say y equal to f of x. Substitute f of x. Again, rational form, cross multiply. 3xy plus 4y equals 4x plus 3. Now in 1, 1, you said cross multiply, open the bracket, simplify it as x1 equal to x2. But when it comes to onto, cross multiply, open the bracket, collect the x terms. So 3xy minus 4x, 3 minus 4y. X common, 3y minus 4 equals 3 minus 4y. So x is equal to 3 minus 4y divided by 3y minus 4. It's again rational. Rational functions always say that the denominator should not be 0. So 3y minus 4 is not 0. So y is not 4 by 3, which is your range. Y is not 4 by 3 is your range. That is r minus 4 by 3. Your range is r minus 4 by 3. Look at this, my dears. Your range equals codomain. Your range equals codomain. So when range is equal to codomain, I can say that f is onto. I got the range of this rational function, that is the value of y as r minus 4 by 3. So when range is equal to codomain, I can confirm that my function is onto. So the process last year also, rational functions were asked for 1, 1 onto. So simple one, direct answer. Keep the logic in mind, you can easily get it. I hope everybody understood, my dears. All of you clear with it? Yes or no? Can I have a chat in the comment section, please? All of you are clear with the answer. I can move forward to the next one. Okay, thank you, my dears. Moving on to the next one, please. Next one, I have taken a question from the quadratic form. Again, what's your domain, all of you? R positive. R positive means positive real numbers. Yes. And your codomain is all real numbers from minus 9 to infinity. Keep that in mind. And I'm going to start the same process for 1, 1. How do you do 1, 1? You take two elements. You take two elements from the domain. Assume that f of x1 equal to f of x2. Correct? If f of x1 equal to f of x2, substitute in the function, my dears, 5x1 squared plus 6x1 minus 9. 5x2 squared plus 6x2 minus 9. Yes, now once again, the logic is very important. For rational, I said cross multiply, open the bracket, simplify, you get x1 equal to x2. For quadratic also, you substituted, but this time there's nothing to cross multiply. You can simply collect the like terms. Collect the like terms. Like terms means terms with the same degree. So 5x1 squared, 5x2 squared, 6x1, 6x2, minus 9 cancels, equal to 0. On the first two terms, it's x1 squared minus x2 squared, 6x1 minus x2 equal to 0. And what is going to be a squared minus b squared? A squared minus b squared is a minus b, a plus b. 6 into x1 minus x2 equal to 0. Can I take x1 minus x2 common? And what is left inside? 5 into x1 plus x2 plus 6 equal to 0. And I can clearly say x1 minus x2 equal to 0 is the first case, and 5 into x1 plus x2 plus 6 equal to 0 is the second case. Normally, when you have two cases, we would come under an assumption that the function is not 1, 1. But if I'm able to reject the wrong case, I can say it is 1, 1. So according to this, I get x1 equal to x2. Yes, so that part is 1, 1. But when you come to the second part, let's analyze what's happening. x1 and x2 are positive real numbers. So when you add positive real numbers to a 6, it will never become 0. So this second case is rejected. The second case is rejected. So please, when that case is rejected, you can only have one case which says f is 1, 1. All of you, f is 1, 1. All of you, I believe it's clear. Yes or no? Please understand the process. Collect the like terms and simplify it. Now, going to onto the same logic, collect the terms from domain x is r plus and from the codomain which is minus 9 to infinity. If I am able to prove that the codomain is equal to the range I'm going to get, it's onto. Okay, so what's my function? Y is equal to f of x. The process is the same. That's why functions are easier than relation functions. So in relations topic, you have different questions, different way of doing it. But when it comes to functions, you have just one single way, my dears. So it's always easy. Fine. So y is equal to 5x squared plus 6x minus 9. Now make it look like a quadratic equation. 5x squared plus 6x minus 9 minus y equal to 0, which I can say minus of 9 plus y. Minus of 9 plus y. Once again, it's minus 9 minus y. So I would take it as minus of 9 plus y. Now this looks like a quadratic equation in terms of x. How to solve a quadratic equation? Minus b plus minus root of b squared minus b squared minus 4ac. C is negative, so this becomes positive, divided by 2a. My dears, this expression, the value of x is positive real numbers. Understand, there are two types of questions that normally come for quadratic forms. One is positive real numbers. The second one is all real numbers. When domain is positive real numbers, you come here and assume that x is greater than or equal to 0. When domain is all real numbers, you have to take the b squared minus 4ac only. That I'll be discussing in the next question. Let me not explain that too much now. So keep in mind, when your domain is positive real numbers, when you substitute the quadratic formula, say that x is greater than or equal to 0. So being positive means minus 6 plus minus root of 36 plus 30 into 9 plus y is greater than or equal to 0, because this goes to the other side, becomes 0. Now take the 6 to the other side and square it. So square root disappears. 36 into 30 into 9 plus y greater than or equal to 36, because minus 6 is taken to the other side and squared. 36 cancels. So 9 plus y. 30 goes to the other side, becomes 0. So y greater than or equal to minus 9. The value of y is greater than or equal to minus 9 implies that my range equals minus 9 to infinity. Range is equal to minus 9 to infinity, same as my codomain. Same as my codomain. So you can say that implies f is onto. So I proved that f is a bijection. The process is the same. The process is the same. Yes? Okay. Yeah, I get it. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah, this is 20. Yeah, thank you. 20 into 9 plus y. But that doesn't make a difference because it goes to the other side, becomes 0. Okay, 20 into 9 plus y, my dears. Thank you so much. Okay, fine. So greater than or equal to minus 9 says that f is onto. All of you, the process for finding the bijection of a quadratic function, the process is you collect the like terms to to prove it's 1, 1. You will get 2 cases, but the second case will be rejected because you are considering positive real numbers. You're considering positive real numbers. See what happens if it is all real numbers, my dears. See the interesting part in the question here. Okay, all of you, look at the next one, please. Same one, but this time the question says, look at this, the question says 0 to infinity b. Now I want to show that the function is 1, 1, no doubt, because 0 to infinity means it is positive real numbers. The same process that we did now, I can prove it is 1, 1. I am not going to do that again. I'm not going to do that part again because it's the same quadratic form. You can prove it's 1, 1. Now the only thing I'm going to help you do is to find the codomain B for which f is onto. I have to find the codomain B for which f is onto. If f is onto means I can simply prove it by saying codomain is equal to range. Simply prove it by saying codomain is equal to range. I am not sure the 1, 1 part, the same thing. So I am only going to do the onto part. Listen very carefully. I am only doing the onto part. 1, 1 is the same. Okay, my dears, please listen here. Onto part, I will say I am going to take 0 to infinity y from b, which is my codomain. Okay, then I will say y is equal to f of x. So I am taking one element from the domain. Process the same. For onto, one from domain, one from codomain. I have taken 2 elements. Y is equal to f of x. And what is f of x? F of x is 4x squared plus 4x minus 5. Same logic. 4x squared plus 4x minus y will become minus into 5 plus y is equal to 0. Quadratic form? Yes. Quadratic form says minus b plus minus root of b squared minus 4ac divided by 2a. And because once again, I told you before, right? If domain is positive real numbers only, in this step, take greater than or equal to 0. Yes, when domain is positive real numbers, in this step, take greater than or equal to 0. Okay, now this goes to the other side, becomes 0, and minus 4 goes to the other side, becomes plus 4. So I can say root of 16 plus 16 into 5 plus y greater than or equal to 4. Let me square both sides. What happens if I square both sides? 16 plus 16 into 5 plus y is greater than or equal to 16. 16 cancels. So 16 into 5 plus y greater than or equal to 0. Yes, so can I say 5 plus y greater than or equal to 0? Y should be greater than or equal to minus 5. So what did I get my range as, my dears? What is my range for this question? My range is minus 5 to infinity. The range for this question is what? Minus 5 to infinity. Now, if this function is onto, range equals to codomain. Correct? Range equal to codomain because f is onto. Right? Therefore, what's my codomain be? Minus 5 to infinity. This is another way they can ask you the function 1, 1 onto to find the codomain to make it a bijection. Got it? They will not ask you domain, no worries. They will ask you codomain to find the codomain. All of you clear, my dears? All of you clear, my dears? No, it's not based on previous year questions, my dears. This is based on right now CBSE is following a new pattern. The new pattern doesn't follow any previous year patterns. So please, my dears, please keep in mind, it's no use referring to all the old papers. Okay, clear? So please, if you have to study from the pattern that's being followed now. Clear? If you waste your time studying the old models, it's no use. The scheme has changed, the number of questions, the types of questions have all changed. So based on that, logically I'm discussing right now the anticipated models. Okay, fine. Going on to the next one, my dears. Okay, see the next one. This is what I was talking about. I was saying very clearly to all of you, I'm going to discuss a question where domain and codomain both are real numbers. How to do a question where domain and codomain both are real numbers, all of you. What is my function? X by x squared plus 1. X by x squared plus 1. So I'm going to do the 1, 1 part. I have to prove it's neither 1, 1 nor on 2. See, this same question was asked in the board exam last year, and many students were stuck for this question. Okay, because they did not know how to do the 1, 1 part. And teachers were saying, okay, take an example, say 2 and 1 by 2. Sir, how? How can I get this example so fast? I am not a student, I'm writing a board exam, and do you expect me to get the example so fast in the board exam for a question which I have not studied? How can I get an example to prove that it's not 1, 1 if I don't know what is the question? Okay, so the logic I will tell you is, do not think of the example initially. You just do what you normally do. You just take two values from the domain. From the domain, take two values and say f of x1 equal to f of x2. Do the same process. You don't change anything. Okay? You don't do anything. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what's going to happen. Just cross multiply. You look like a rational function, I'll cross multiply. Yes? And then I will open the brackets. If I open the bracket, I will get x1, x2 squared plus x1 and x2, x1 squared plus x2. I will collect the like terms. x1, x2 squared, x1, x2 squared minus x2, x1 squared plus x1 minus x2 equal to 0. And I will collect, take common x1, x2 from here. I get x2 minus x1. And here it's x2 minus x1. For the second one, it is x1 minus x2. So I'll take a minus common out and say x2 minus x1 equal to 0. Okay, then take x2 minus x1 common from this. You get x1, x2 minus 1 equal to 0. Yes, and then two cases. First case says x1 minus x2 equal to 0, x1 equal to x2. The second case says x1, x2 minus 1 equal to 0. Just showing you the previous questions where you did 1, 1, you rejected this case because it's not possible for that term to become 0. Because it's all positive real numbers that is in the domain. But when it comes to this question, do you see it's all real numbers? For all real numbers, if x1, x2 minus 1 can become 0 when x1, x2 equal to 1 or x2 is 1 by x1. It's possible to make it 0 if x2 is 1 by x1. So I'll think, okay, now I get the example. Now I get the example. So that's what you should do. If you don't know to think of the example, you just do it the normal way. So you will get a case which is going to create a problem for the 1, 1 part. That case, look at that and tell, okay, so let me take x1 is equal to 2, then x2 is going to be 1 by 2. If x1 is 2, x2 is 1 by 2. You just substitute this in the function. When you put f of 2, you will get 2 by 5. And when you put f of 1 by 2 also, please sit and calculate, you will still get 2 by 5. You put f of 1 by 2 here, you will still get 2 by 5, my dears. Okay? See, in the previous question, okay, fine. See, why did this become plus? Because your c is minus. Okay, your c is minus, my dear. That's why this become plus, okay? Okay, fine. Okay, clear. So this both are equal, right? So can I say f of 2 now became equal to f of 1 by 2? But 2 is not equal to 1 by 2. So I have proved that f is not 1, 1. This is for those students who say that I am not good enough to get the example directly in the exam. If you are very smart, you can get the example directly. It's enough to show the example and say it's not 1, 1 instead of writing this whole process. But I am not able to do it. Then go the normal way. It's not a difficult process because you have been doing this and practicing this a lot now in the classes. So you know the normal way you go, find the second case, find an example from the second case. That is enough. Now for the onto part, my dears, all of you going to the onto part, what does the onto part tell me? I will take an element from the domain. I will take an element from the domain and I will take an element from the codomain. Say y is equal to f of x. So y is equal to x by x squared plus 1. Y is equal to, same logic, rearrange x squared y plus y equal to x. So you will get a quadratic equation in x. Quadratic equation in x. I told you before, when domain is positive real numbers, you substitute in the quadratic formula and take greater than or equal to 0. When domain is all real numbers, only take discriminant greater than or equal to 0. When domain is all real numbers, then my x should be a real number. To become a real number, discriminant must be greater than or equal to 0. Okay, all of you, just take discriminant, my dears. Discriminant minus 1 squared 4ac greater than or equal to 0. So I get 4y squared greater than or equal to, less than equal to 1. 4y squared less than equal to 1. So y squared less than equal to 1 by 4 implies y less than equal to 1 by 2, y greater than equal to minus 1 by 2. Less than 1 by 2, greater than minus 1 by 2. So my range is minus half to plus half. This was the board question last year. They gave you this as the codomain. But now I am saying, anticipate a question without the codomain. This was not in your region. This was not in the Gulf region, because most of the students are attending the live now are from the Gulf region. So please, it's not for your Gulf region the question came. Okay, so please, careful. So this can come for you this year. So understand, if it has to become an onto function, your codomain should be this. But your codomain is R, so not equal to R. So you can say f is not onto. F is not onto. All of you clear with this? Yes or no? All of you clear with this question? Anybody having a doubt on how I must check the 1-1 and onto cases to become not 1-1, not onto? Yeah, counter example is important, my dear. Counter example only I gave. No worries. See, I gave a counter example here, but the problem is, in the exam, how can you understand this is the example I must use to prove this question is not 1-1? Because you will be given a function which you don't know. You are seeing for the first time. How will you guess in the exam hall? That's the one I'm trying to relieve for you. Do the normal way. The second case will give you the counter example. Get it? All of you clear, my dears? All of you clear? Yeah, we can take other values also. See, I said 2 and 1 by 2, 3 and 1 by 3, 4 and 1 by 4, 5 and 1 by 5, because x and 1 by x. x2 is 1 by x1. That's it. You can take any counter example for that. Thank you all of you. Okay, thank you all of you. Let's move on. Next. This one is the question I said they can ask you for different cases. They can ask you for different cases here. All of you listen very carefully. What is meant by asking for different cases? That is, this is a function which has a modulus in it. And because there is a modulus, we can always break my function into two parts. One is going to be positive x and one is going to be negative x. Positive x when greater than 0, negative x when less than 0. So normally they might give us a question where it's already in cases. But sometimes a modulus function, this question is repeatedly asked in between every time. Last time also in one region this question came. So not in our region, so we can expect it for our region. So this comes in between, that's why I put this question again. So what's my case 1? I'm going for 1-1 now. 1-1 part, case 1. Case 1, I have two different cases. So let me assume the first case only. The first case only where both are positive. When both are positive, can I say f of x1 equal to f of x2 implies x1 by 1 plus x1, x2 by 1 plus x2. Because both are positive, I'll take the first case. Cross multiply, you will get x1, x2 plus x1 equals x2, x1 plus x2. Cancel this, you get x1 equal to x2. Case 1 done. Okay, case 2 all of you. Case 2, assume both are negative. Case 2, assume both are negative. When you assume both are negative, f of x1 equal to f of x2. implies x1 by 1 minus x1, x2 by 1 minus x2. You cross multiply, again you will get x1 equal to x2. I'm not wasting the time. Again x1 is equal to x2. You cross multiply, same logic, cancel off, you will get x1 equal to x2. So this part is also 1, 1. Now there is another possibility. What is the next possibility? Case 3. The case 3 possibility is, you're assuming one of them is positive, the other one is negative. One of them is positive, the other one is negative. So what will be f of x1 equal to f of x2? First one is positive, so x1 by 1 plus x1. The second one is negative, so you get x2 by 1 minus x2. You cross multiply, you will get x1 minus x2 is equal to 2 times x1 x2. But I will reject this case in the first picture itself because I am a teacher, so I know it very fast. But for you students, I'll explain why I'm rejecting it. See, normally, question says it's 1, 1. So I got the first case 1, 1, second case 1, 1, but third case doesn't look like 1, 1. But the question says it's 1, 1. So obviously the third one must be rejected. Only then I'll get 1, 1. Yes? Okay? Only then I can get it as 1, 1. Correct? But I'll explain why. Listen. x1 is positive, x2 is negative. Positive minus negative is always positive. Positive minus negative is always positive. But positive into negative, product of positive and negative is negative. So positive equal to negative, wrong, impossible. That's why it is rejected. So case 3 will directly be rejected. When that is rejected, I can, from 1 and 2, I can say f is 1, 1. From 1 and 2, I can say f is 1, 1. Now going for on to part. For part again, I'll take the first case. First case for on to part. I will say x from the domain y between minus 1 to 1. Yes, x is positive, but y between minus 1 to 1. When x is positive, y is equal to x by 1 plus x. Rearrange it, y plus xy equal to x. Collect the x terms, x into y minus 1 equal to minus y. So x is equal to minus y by y minus 1. According to this, y cannot be 1. Y cannot be 1 because it is rational. But 1 is not there, no problem. Second thing, x must be positive. So I must put y as what? If x must be positive, my y must be a value that from this, if I put, I will always get my value of x as positive if y is negative. You put y as negative, your answer is always positive. So I have to put my y anything from minus 1 to 0. Y is anything from minus 1 to 0, only then x is going to become positive. So case 1 accepted. So minus 1 to 0 is there in this. Yes. Now what about case 2? Case 2 says x is negative. If x is negative, y is equal to f of x. So y is equal to x by 1 minus x. Rearrange it, you will get x is equal to y by y plus 1. Y by y plus 1. Okay. Y by y plus 1. Okay. If we do this, how will I get this? Minus 1 is a problem. So minus 1 is not there anyway. Fine. Then if I have to get x as negative, then I have to put y as, sorry, this is not the denominator. We'll just rearrange it. Okay, y minus xy is equal to x. So xy plus x equal to y. So x into y plus 1 equal to y. So y by y plus 1 equal to x. So if I have to get the x as negative, y should also be negative. Okay, so if I substitute that, I have to say it's not minus 1, right? It's not minus 1. So I will obviously get what? I will obviously get what? My range as anything from minus 1 to 1 is my range. So I can say that is equal to my codomain. It's not 1 here, it's not minus 1 here, but my range is from, codomain is from anything from minus 1 to 1. Anything from minus 1 to 1 is accepted. Anything from minus 1 to 1 is accepted. So I can say my codomain is equal to my range. Therefore, f is on 2. So except for 1 and minus 1, everything is possible, but saying minus 1 to 1 is all I want. Clear, all of you? Okay? Next. Now this is question based on relations, all of you. questions based on relation. Listen very carefully. This is one type they can always ask you. Multiple of 4. This multiple of 4 can be modified. They can say multiple of 2, or maybe they can say it's an even number, or they can say it is divisible by 2, divisible by 4. Whatever the question is, the process is the same. How do I prove that this is an equivalence relation? Equivalence means it is reflexive, it is symmetric, and it is transitive. All of you, once again, equivalence relation means what? It's reflexive, it's symmetric, and it is transitive. What is the case of a reflexive function? All of you, what is the case of a reflexive function? For a reflexive function, you must take only one element. You take only one element from the set. Then what will happen to the pair A comma A? A comma B is mod A minus B. So A comma A means mod A minus A. What is mod of A minus A? It is always 0. And 0 is always a multiple of 4. Multiple of any number, because 0 is always a multiple of 4, I can say. Yes or no? So 0 is a multiple of 4, and because 0 is a multiple of 4, can I say A comma A belongs to R? The relation implies R is reflexive. Very easy. Once again, how do you prove reflexive? Take one element and take that element and substitute inside the relation R as both A and B. And what is the answer you're getting? I got this time 0. And 0 is multiple of 4. Always. Yes. So if the question was about a multiple of 2, change the 4 to 2. Divisible by 2, change the 4 to 2. Divisible by 4, change the 4 to 4, make it as 4. Even number, change it as 2. Even number means divisible by 2. So all these questions are pretty important, my dears. Very, very important for 5 marks. Okay? Fine. Okay, fine. Now all of you listen to symmetric now. For symmetric, what should I do? Symmetric, I have to take 2 elements, my dears. For symmetric, I have to take 2 elements. The first is A comma B. So A comma B says A comma B is an element in R that implies mod A minus B is a multiple of 4. If A minus B is a multiple of 4, nobody said it should be a positive multiple. It can be negative also, but modulus will always keep it positive only. So if A minus B, for example, 6 minus 2. 6 minus 2 is a multiple of 4. Because 6 minus 2 is equal to 4. But what about 2 minus 6? Reverse. 2 minus 6 minus 4 modulus plus 4. So it's A minus B is multiple of 4. B minus A is also a multiple of 4. So the reverse is also possible. So B comma A also belongs to R. My R is symmetric. I hope everybody is clear. So how do you check for symmetricity? Take AB, say it is inside R, and reverse that condition and check for BA. If BA is also satisfying, it is also belonging to R, then R is symmetric. AB belongs to R and BA belongs to R. Okay, now what is the condition for transitive? You have to take 3 elements, my dears. You have to take 3 elements from the same set A. 3 elements of the same set A, assuming that A comma B belongs to R. If A comma B belongs to R and B comma C belongs to R, I can say A minus B is a multiple of 4 and B minus C is a multiple of 4. I am not interested in checking whether it is modulus. Whether be it modulus means it is positive multiple, that's all. No, nothing is going to be there. Positive or negative, it is still a multiple of 4. Then what about A minus C, my dears? A minus C is A minus B plus B minus C. Correct? I just subtracted B, I just added B. Yes or no, all of you? I just subtracted B, I just added B. So what's A minus B? 4M, B minus C, 4N, 4 into M plus N. So if A minus C is a multiple of 4, modulus of A minus C is also a multiple of 4. That implies A comma C belongs to R. AB belongs to R, BC belongs to R, AC also belongs to R. R is transitive. Easy. Yes? Assume that A minus B is a multiple of 4, B minus C is a multiple of 4. For A minus C, what should you do? A minus C is A minus B plus B minus C. Subtract B, add B. All of you in the chat box, is it clear? Is it clear, all of you? Any doubts? Okay, fine. All of you, come on. Here, if this is transitive, I can say R is an equivalence relation, all of you. R is an equivalence relation. Done? Okay. Now, the last part, very important. They normally ask this for every equivalence relations type questions to find the equivalence class, my dears. This equivalence class belongs to one element. There is some confusion that happens to many of you. Many of you have learned the equivalence class of the 2-5 question, which is A plus D equal to B plus C. So whenever somebody asks you equivalence class, you directly start writing in pairs. No, my dears. The question is equivalence class of an element 1. When the element is 1, only one element in that, your equivalence class also will constitute of a set of single elements. When the equivalence class is asked for a pair, 2,5, your equivalence class will also be for pairs. Clear? Very, very important. Don't confuse. Equivalence class of 1, it implies I have to get A, 1, which is a multiple of 4. If A, 1 multiple of 4 means mod A minus 1 should be a multiple of 4. I want you to collect the values of A in such a way that modulus of A minus 1 is a multiple of 4. A is constituting of all numbers from 0 to 12. 0 minus 1, not a multiple of 4. 1 minus 1, yes, it's a multiple of 4. So what is the first value of A you got? A is equal to 1. So A minus 1 is equal to 0. So this is a perfect multiple of 4. Yes. Second, 2 minus 1, no. 3 minus 1, no. 4 minus 1, no. 5 minus 1, 5. A is equal to 5 is the next number. So 5 minus 1 means A minus 1 is equal to 4. You get the next multiple of 4. Likewise, if you keep going, the next number for A is what? 9. So A minus 1 is equal to 9 minus 1 is equal to 8, which is again a multiple of 4, which is again a multiple of 4. Okay, equivalence class. Okay, once again a doubt has come. So what is equivalence class? Equivalence class is a collection of numbers or elements which is related to the number whose equivalence class is being asked. So when I say A comma B, it means A and B are related. So when I am asking you the equivalence class of 1, you are collecting all the elements which are related to 1. Related to 1 means when subtracted from 1, you should get a multiple of 4. Those kind of numbers you simply collect. That's what I'm doing. Now apart from 9, if I go, the next number is 13. 13 minus 1. But 13 is not there in my set. Because my relation is defined on the set, but 13 is not there, so I have to exclude that. So my equivalence class of 1 belongs to 1, 5 and 9. 1, 5, 9, answer over. Equivalence class 1, 5, 9. I hope everybody is clear. Yes? Anybody having any doubt in this? Very good, very good. Yes. Hanna, Krishna, Ashmita, Magashri. Yes. All of you, you have done the right answer. Very good, very good, very good. Okay, now others also, please, along with this, you can easily do this fast. I'm not going that quick. I'm giving you time to write the answers yourself also. These kind of things you can solve and you can tell me. The other part, proof part, leave it to me. Okay? Moving on to the next one, my dears. Yes. What is the normal question you have done in class? A plus D equal to B plus C. It's a very old question. Textbook miscellaneous question. Every time you practice that. But that question has not been asked for so long now. They are modifying the paper, my dears. So what is the next modification I have put here? A squared plus D squared equals B squared plus C squared. A simple modification. A squared plus D squared equals B squared plus C squared. This time you are not relating to elements, you are relating to pairs. And you know how to do the reflexive, symmetric and transitive for relation between two pairs? Yes, come on. When you're doing the reflexive part of this, what will you do? You will take the same AB related to AB. If AB is related to AB, according to the condition given to me in the question, AB related to CD means A squared plus D squared equals B squared plus C squared. A squared plus D squared equals b squared plus c squared. So same logic, a squared plus b squared. So a squared plus b squared equal to b squared plus a squared. Isn't it correct? A squared plus b squared equal to b squared plus a squared. That implies R is reflexive. There is no doubt a squared plus b squared is same as b squared plus a squared. Both it's commutative. Addition of positive numbers is or negative numbers, whatever it is, it's commutative. Here squared and added, that's all. So R is reflexive. Simple property. Take AB related to AB, check whether the condition is true, and I proved it. Yes, all of you? Anyone having a doubt? Yes? Okay. Now let's go for symmetric, my dears. Let's go for symmetric. How do you do symmetric now? Symmetric means it should be between two different pairs. So I will say let AB related to CD. I have to prove the reverse, CD related to AB. If AB related to CD, I can easily say according to the question directly a squared plus d squared equals b squared plus c squared. Let's see if the reverse statement is true. Take it reverse. C squared plus b squared equals d squared plus a squared. True only, right? A squared plus d squared is d squared plus a squared. B squared plus c squared is c squared plus b squared. Yes, commutative. Addition is commutative. Yes or no? So can I simply say c squared plus b squared? The reverse is also true. If the reverse is true, can I say CD is related to AB? CD is related to AB. Is it clear, all of you? If CD is related to AB, can I conclude that R is symmetric? R is symmetric. Yes? All of you clear? Any doubt in the symmetric part? Any doubt in the symmetric part, my dears? Yes, good, good. Come on, all of you on the chat box. I believe this question is worth asking this year because a squared plus d, a plus d equal to b plus c. Everybody will learn. Just to square the terms, that's all. Okay, now moving on, all of you, transitive. How to do transitive now? Same, I will say let AB related to CD and one more, CD related to EF. You all know the logic, that's all. You just got to apply that into the same definition that's given in this question. So that implies a squared plus d squared equal to b squared plus c squared and c squared plus f squared equal to d squared plus e squared. Add both the equations. What happens if you add both the equations? So you will get a squared plus d squared plus c squared plus f squared on the left side. Right side, b squared plus c squared plus d squared plus e squared on the right side. Can I cancel d squared, c squared on both sides? I will get the necessary transitive condition b squared plus e squared, that is AB is related to EF. Only if AB is related to EF, you get a squared plus f squared equal to b squared plus e squared. So can I say R is transitive? R is transitive directly. The same process of what you did for a plus d equal to b plus c. I just modified it slightly. So when you see this in the exam, you will panic. But don't panic. You just do what we taught you. Got it? The process is the same. You just do what we taught you. Don't panic, my dears. So they only can modify, but that modification will stay within the working out we have done in class. No doubt. Okay. So can I say it's now equivalence? Now they want you to find the equivalence class of the pair 2, 5. I want the equivalence class of a pair because this time the relation is between two pairs. Previously, it was equivalence class of a number, so the answer is all numbers. When the equivalence class of a pair is asked, the answers are all pairs. So I want you to find an equivalence class for this pair. So AB is related to 2, 5. If AB is related to 2, 5, I will get a squared plus 5 squared. A squared plus 5 squared equals b squared plus 2 squared. So I can say a squared plus 25 minus 4 equal to b squared. So a squared plus 21 equal to b squared. So b is equal to square root of a squared plus 21. And please, my dears, my relation is defined on natural numbers. My relation is defined on natural numbers. That means my A and B are all natural numbers. First natural number 1. But if A is 1, B is not a natural number. B is not 1 plus 21, no use. Okay, 2. What if I put A is equal to 2, B becomes root of 25, which is 5. Fine, beautiful. I got a first pair. Similarly, go doing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You get 10, 121, which is 11. Got it? I will not go beyond 10. You know why? Because question clearly says your number I need, the square that I need is a square plus 21. The next square is 144. 121 to 144, the difference is 23. And you keep moving, the difference between the next two squares will keep on increasing. So it's gone beyond 21 now. So you cannot never get a natural number after that. So some of the students, say they will get the first pair 2, 5. The second pair maybe they will get 10, 11. And some have a tendency of putting like this. If you put it, you lose half mark. You know why? You will never get another pair after this. You will never, because the difference has to be 21 for the pairs. It will never happen for after 11 squared. Because after 11 squared, 12 squared is 144, 13 squared 169. The difference is becoming more and more. It will never become 121. So I will not put that ... Okay, so this is the only equivalence class I have. Clear, all of you? Very, very important. Okay, it's very, very important. No number examples, Krishna. Krishna, please, no number example, my dears. For these kind of questions, you must prove it with the statement given in the question. If you use number example, they'll take your marks. Please don't do it. Okay, next. N. This one we have already done in class. I'm not going to do the entire thing. I just want to do this for only one thing. Some students do it in the same way that is given in the question. Okay? But that is always going to be sometimes confusing for many of you. So for this question, which you have already practiced in class, you just take the relation and modify it. A, D into B plus C equals BC into A plus D. If you do it in the same way, it's always confusing. So what you do is, you just rearrange it in another way. Okay? Cross multiply both sides. Split B by BC, C by BC, A by AD, D by AD. Okay? This question is a very important question. So we already know how to do it, but many students always get to the answer wrong because they do this with logic. This definition they directly try to use. Nothing wrong. You are able to get the right answer. I have no objection. But this direct form is always confusing to prove the part. So what I do is, normally I do this simple rearrangement before I start the question itself. This will help me to simplify it faster. So 1 by C plus 1 by B is equal to 1 by D plus 1 by A, which I can write it as the normal question that you do. The question that you do is A plus D equal to B plus A. Remember? The most famous question you practice is A plus D is equal to B plus C. The same thing only, but this is just reciprocal. 1 by A plus 1 by D equal to 1 by B plus 1 by C. Use this condition to prove reflexive like you do for this. The same logic you do for this, same approach you do for this also. Understood? Reflexive, symmetric, transitive. Then it is easy to prove. Whatever you do for this, just the reciprocal. Just the reciprocal form, that's all. So I'm not going to waste my time doing it. Keep the logic in mind. All of you understood? All of you understood? Anyone in the chat box? Please, if it's not clear, tell me now. Anyone not clear, please tell me in the chat box quickly now. I want to move on to the next one now. Okay, thank you, my dears. So moving on to the next one, my dears. Okay, check whether A less than or equal to B cube. A. So can you show reflexive? Okay, I'll just repeat once again. See, this condition that you see here, AD into B plus C, if you directly use also, you will get the answer. But I have seen that when I've corrected most of the papers around this academic year and previously also, most of the students who try to do this in the same definition make a confusing answer in the transitive part and sometimes even in symmetric part also. To avoid that confusion, it's better if you simply rearrange that definition in this standard form which you have been doing for this question many number of times. A plus D is equal to B plus C. You have all done n number of times. School exams, practice mock exams, many teachers will ask the same question throughout. Okay, so if it looks exactly like that only, but just a reciprocal form. So the logic you use for proving this condition, you can use for this. That's enough. Understood? Okay, now next one, A less than or equal to B cube. This is a very, very famous question. Okay, there is another question like this, A less than equal to B squared. A less than equal to B cube, A less than equal to B squared, anticipated this year, because this has not come for so many years now. So many years this pattern has not come. So I am expecting this to come this year. So let us not waste our time. We are going to do this question, my dears. Okay. Now listen very carefully. A less than equal to B cube. That is A less than equal to B squared. Both of them are done in the same way. So please remember the example I am teaching you for this. I have to prove it is not reflexive. This is neither reflexive nor symmetric nor transitive. So remember the example. We are going to take 1 by 2 from the set of real numbers because we are checking for real numbers. Relation R on set of real numbers. So I have taken a real number 1 by 2. So the reflexive part says 1 by 2 comma 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 comma 1 by 2 says 1 by 2 1 by 2. 1 by 2 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 less than equal to 1 by 2 cubed. That is 1 by 2 less than 1 by 8. It is false. 1 by 2 is greater than 1 by 8. So it is false. Because it is false, I will say 1 by 2 comma 1 by 2 does not belong to R, implies R is not reflexive. R is not reflexive. Clear? R is not reflexive. Okay, now example for symmetric. Example for symmetric. Keep in mind. Example for symmetric. Both the questions for less than equal to B squared also same logic. Okay. Less than equal to B squared also same logic, my dears. This is cubed. Okay. So less than equal to B squared also same logic. Same example. I will say 1 comma 2 belongs to R. 1 comma 2 belongs to R because 1 less than or equal to 2 cube. Yes, 1 is less than 8. So 1 less than equal to 2 cube. No doubt. But when I say 2 comma 1, it implies 2 less than 1 cube, which is false. 2 less than 1 cube is false. So because it is false, I will say 2 comma 1 does not belong to R. The pair 2 comma 1 has to belong to R. 2 should be less than 1 cube. That's not right. A less than B cube. 2 1 means 2 less than 1 cube. False. So 2 comma 1 does not belong to R. That implies R is not symmetric. R is not symmetric. R is not symmetric. Okay. Fine. Next one. Transitive. Transitive. For transitive, the best example. 9 4 belongs to R. 9 4 belongs to R. Reason? 9 less than equal to 4 cube. 4 2 belongs to R because 4 less than or equal to 2 cube. But 9 2 transitive pair 9 2 means 9 less than or equal to 2 cube, which is false. 2 cube is only 8. Is 9 less than 8? False. So 9 2 does not belong to R, implies R is not transitive. My dears, by heart the same example, you can use the same example for A less than equal to B squared. 1 by 2, 1 by 2, 1 2, 2 1, 9 4, 4 2, 9 2. Same example you can use for A less than equal to B squared also. So this is a very good question they can ask you this year. Okay, so please learn it, my dears. All of you, any doubts? Okay, fine. Moving on, my dears. Next one. This is again, last year they asked a question based on rational form, irrational numbers. That's why I put this question this year to practice. Last year's question was, prove that x into y is irrational. Very simple question. X into y is irrational. It came in some regions. Okay, so this time I picked out a question like that. This time the question is a minus b plus root 3. Not product, subtraction. A minus b plus root 3 is irrational. Irrational. A minus b plus root 3 is irrational. All of you, I am going for reflexive. For reflexive, what should I do? I have to take one element from real number. I took one element a from real numbers. So then what does a comma a implies? A comma a implies a minus a plus root 3, which is always going to be root 3. For any real number a comma a will always be root 3. Root 3 is always an irrational number inside S. Therefore, a comma a belongs to the relation R. This is real number R, this is relation R. So once again, this is reflexive. Why? Because if I put any real number a comma a will become a minus a plus root 3. So a minus a and a will cancel. I will get root 3, which is an irrational number. Therefore, R is reflexive. R is reflexive. Got it? Okay. Next, how about symmetric? It is not symmetric, my dears, because I can tell an example where it is not symmetric. Okay. Here, I can say root 3 comma 1 belongs to R. Root 3 comma 1 is a pair inside the relation R. Why? Because if I put a as root 3, b as 1, so what is going to be a minus b plus root 3? Root 3 minus 1 plus root 3. Root 3 minus 1 plus root 3. What's root 3 minus 1 plus root 3? So it is 2 root 3 minus 1, which is definitely an irrational number. Okay. Reason, all of you, what is the reason why root 3 comma 1 belongs to R? Because if I put root 3 comma 1, my answer is 2 root 3 minus 1, which is a real number. But what for the reverse pair? 1 comma root 3. 1 comma root 3 implies a is 1, b is root 3. A is 1, b is root 3 plus root 3 minus root 3 plus root 3 cancels. I am getting 1, which is not an irrational number. 1 is not an irrational number. 1 is a rational number. 1 is a rational number. So can I say that 1 comma 3 does not belong to R? So I had root 3 comma 1, but I don't have 1 comma root 3. So I will say R is not symmetric. So please learn it, all of you. R is not symmetric. R is not symmetric. Any doubts? Question 8 takes time? No, it doesn't take time at all. If you do it with this way, you can prove reflexive, symmetric and transitive in 3 steps. Faster than you do that. Faster than you do that, you can do. Okay, so it's better you do it this way. If you do the other way also, I have no objection, but I said it for students who find it difficult to simplify the form and come to the answer with this expression. Okay, it's your choice. Okay, fine. So all of you, next one. How about transitive? This is not transitive as well. See the example I am taking. First I will take this same one. Root 3 comma 1 belongs to R. What's the reason? What's the reason it belongs to 1? Because root 3 minus 1 plus root 3 is 2 root 3 minus 1. Yes, it's an irrational number. Now, next pair is 1 comma 2 root 3. It's 1 comma 2 root 3 belongs to R. Okay, reason A minus B plus root 3, that is equal to 1 minus root 3, which also belongs to irrational numbers. So 1 minus 2 root 3 plus root 3 belongs to 1 minus root 3, which is real numbers, irrational numbers. Now the next pair should be between root 3 and 2 root 3. When you take root 3 comma 2 root 3, your A is root 3, your B is 2 root 3 plus root 3. Root 3, 2 root 3 minus 2 root 3, I am getting 0. 0 is not an irrational number. 0 is a rational number. 0 is a rational number. Therefore, can I say root 3 comma 2 root 3 does not belong to R? It's the only thing you have to by heart the examples. Okay? Once again, reflexive, yes. Symmetric, no. Example, 1 root 3 1 1 root 3 root 3 1 1 root 3. I am using the same example here, root 3 1, but next time it's not 1 root 3, it's 1 2 root 3. I am using examples which is easy for you to memorize. Root 3 1 1 root 3, root 3 1 1 2 root 3, and root 3 and 2 root 3. Root 3 and 2 root 3 does not belong to R. That implies R is not transitive, my dears. R is not transitive. Everybody clear? Everybody clear? Yes or no? Understood? Anybody having any doubts? Please ask. Anybody having any doubts? Please ask on the chat box. If the question is a very, very important one, because last time in the board, in some regions, not one region, 2 regions, they had to ask XY is an irrational number. So the same pattern, but that was not in the Gulf region. So we are anticipating this for this year. Okay, just understand and study it. Okay, moving on, my dears. Moving on. Next one, mod A minus B less than equal to 5. I am running short of time, so this one I'm not doing it. It's not that important. I'm moving on to the next topic, my dears. Okay, so matrices and determinants. I have to now do matrices and determinants. The other one is a simple one, modulus of A minus B less than equal to 5. It was done in class. Okay, so I am going to move on to the next one, my dears. Matrices and determinants. 5-mark questions of matrices determinants. It's a sure shot question. You are going to get one question based on it. Okay, the first question I put is from matrices chapter. Okay, you might have all studied questions like this. Prove that a cube minus 6a squared plus 11a plus 7i is equal to 0. Then find A inverse. You might have done questions like this. You will be preparing for questions like this only for board exam for 5 mark. Other than solutions of multiple simultaneous equations, the only other question expected for 5 marks from matrices is this one. High expectation from matrices part, if not simultaneous equations. So this you all know how to do, but they can twist the question for you. This is the twisted form of that. So look at this, all of you. They are not giving you direct equation. They are asking you to find x and y. All of you, A is given to you. So what is A squared? 3 1 minus 1 2 into 3 1 minus 1 2. You know how to find the product A squared, right? So 9 minus 1, 8. 3 plus 2, 5. Minus 3 minus 2, minus 5. Minus 1, 4, 3. This is your A squared. 8, 5, minus 5, 3. Once again, 9 minus 1, 8. 3 plus 2, 5. Minus 3 minus 2, minus 5. Minus 1 plus 4, 3. So this is your A squared. Now they are saying that A squared minus x, that take it to the other side, equals xa minus yi. A squared is equal to xa minus yi. So what is A squared? 8, 5, minus 5, 3. xa, 3x, 1x, minus x, 2x, minus yi, y, 0, 0, y. From this, very simple, I can say 8, 5, minus 5, 3 is equal to, the next equation over here is 3x minus y, x minus 0, x, minus x minus 0, minus x, 2x minus y. From this comparison, it's very clear that x is equal to 5. Please compare. You can see. Very simple. X is equal to 5. Yes, substitute the next one. 8 equals 3x minus y. So 8 equals 15 minus y. So y is equal to 7. So I got the value for x, I got the value for y. Once those two values are ready, it's now this question. Okay, so therefore a squared minus xa plus yi equal to 0 implies a squared minus 5a plus 7i equal to 0. Now doesn't this look like this question? Yes, this is what I'm anticipating this year. But this time around, it will not, when they're asking you to find x and y, it won't be a cubic equation, it will be a simple quadratic matrix equation. Otherwise, it is going to be too complicated. So they will ask you with a quadratic matrix equation. So get this done. Now what you should do, find A inverse from this. How to do A inverse from this? The logic of finding A inverse from this is multiply A inverse throughout. So you get A squared into A inverse A into A inverse I into A inverse, 0 into A inverse 0. So 7 A inverse is equal to 5i minus A. 7 A inverse is equal to 5i minus A. So A inverse is equal to 1 by 7 into 5i minus A. This is what I have discussed the same pattern in your MCQ discussions. In MCQ, they will simply ask you to find this expression, that's all. They will give you a matrix equation, they will ask you to find the expression for A inverse, but not the actual A inverse. Now here it's a 5-mark question, you have to find the A inverse for them. What's 5 times A? 5 times A is matrix 15, 5, minus 5, 10, minus, no, 5 times I, I'm sorry, 5 times I, my dears. 5 times I, it's going to be 5, 0, 0, 5 minus A. A is 3, 1, minus 1, 2. Subtract it please all of you. 1 by 7, matrix 5 minus 3, 2, 0 minus 1, minus 1, 0 plus 1, 1, 5 minus 2, 3, divide with 7, answer 2 by 7, minus 1 by 7, 1 by 7, 3 by 7. This is your A inverse. Perfect question for 5 mark, my dears. So please, this you all know. Just directly multiply A inverse, get the expression, substitute. It's easy. But this is what I believe is a better question for 5 mark this year. Finding X and Y and hence finding A inverse. All of you very, very clear? Yes or no? All of you very, very clear? On the chat box, my dears, please respond if it's very clear or not. It's a good pattern for you to study for this year. Simultaneous equations, everybody will study and go. But if they change it to this one, you will drop out. That's why I gave this question to study. Okay? Thank you, my dears. Yes, very good, very good. Okay, come on now. Next one. Simultaneous equations. Yeah, I am not trying to do the straightforward question. Straightforward question, everybody knows. When reciprocals come, you should immediately change the equation and say A is equal to 1 by x, B is equal to 1 by y, C is equal to 1 by z. Your equation becomes 2a plus 3b plus 10z equal to 4. Next one, 4a minus 6b plus 5c equal to 1. 6a plus 9b minus 20c equal to 2. Okay, system of 3 equations. How to solve it? You have to find the matrices first. Matrix A, 2, 3, 10, 4, minus 6, 5, 6, 9, minus 20. Matrix B, the right hand side, 4, 1, 2. The unknown matrix X, ABC. Yes, this is the first 3 matrices you must write. Matrix with the coefficients, matrix with the right hand side, matrix with the unknown variables. First step is to get the determinant of A. Get the determinant, all of you. Determinant is going to be, see, you all know the method. I'm not wasting the time to help you find determinant here. Everybody start doing it. 2 into 120 minus 45 minus 3 into minus 80 minus 30 plus 10 into 36 plus 36. So your answer is 120 minus 45, 75 times 2, 150 plus 110, 330 plus 720. So 720, 1020, 1050, 1200 is your determinant. Your determinant of A is equal to 1200, my dears. It will be because reciprocal form, you flip it, so 1000 will come to the numerator. So you have to get the big number, 1200. Okay, next one, you will find the cofactor matrix. See, cofactor matrix, short forms, any method, whatever method you want, you can use. Shortcut method, whatever method you want, you can use to find cofactors. How do you find the cofactors? Shortcut method is you write this matrix 4 times. You write this matrix 4 times, 2, 3, 10, 4, minus 6, 5. I'm only showing it once, okay? For those students who still doesn't know the shortcut method, write this matrix 4 times. Again, 2, 3, 10, 4, minus 6, 5, 6, 9, minus 20. Again, 2, 3, 10, 4, minus 6, 5, 6, 9, minus 20. 2, 3, 10, 4, minus 6, 5, 6, 9, minus 20. Okay, write this matrix 4 times and then strike out the borders. Okay, just simply strike out the borders and then start cross multiplying all of you. Okay, okay, just try to cross multiply all of you. When you cross multiply, what's your first answer? 120 minus 120 minus 45, the first cofactor 75, 30 plus 80, 110, 36 plus 36, 72, 90 plus 60, 150, minus 40 minus 60 minus 100, 18 minus 18, 0, 15 plus 60, 75, 40 minus 10, 30, minus 12, minus 12, minus 24. This is your cofactor matrix. Therefore, adjoint is the transpose of the cofactors. 75, 150, 75, 110, minus 100, 30, 72, 0, minus 24. This shortcut method I showed you once just because some students are struggling. That's why I showed you this again. After that, use the transpose to get the adjoint. Now what's the value for X, the unknown matrix? Adjoint of A into B divided by the determinant of A. So what's adjoint of A multiplied with B? So this matrix is multiplied with 412. So I'm writing that 412 just beside that matrix so that I can multiply it fast. Okay, 412, multiply it. What is the answer you get? 75 4s are 300 plus 150 plus 150. Okay, 110 minus, 440. 440 minus 100 plus 60. Next, 72 4s are 288. 0 minus 48. Okay, that's divided with 1200. So your answer is 300 plus 300, 600 by 1200, 1 by 2. 440 plus 60, 500 minus 100, 400 by 1200, 1 by 3. 288 minus 48, it's 240, 240 by 1200, 1 by 5. 1 by 2, 1 by 3, 1 by 5. So therefore, reciprocals, x is equal to 2, y is equal to 3, z is equal to 5. Reciprocal forms, my dears. Please, very important. Direct one, everybody will do. But when reciprocal forms, just imagine 1 by x is A, 1 by y is B, 1 by z is C. Do it like a normal question. And at the end, just flip it. Because you are getting A, B, C, but x, y, z is just the reciprocal of that. So you will get 2, 3, 5. All of you clear with the direct approach? Yes? All of you clear with the direct approach, all of you? Clear or not? This question can be done in under 5 minutes, my dears. Direct question can be done under 5 minutes. in a normal board exam. So a 5-mark question has 8 minutes approximately for you. So you just doing it under 5 minutes saves a lot of time for the other questions to be done. Yes. Moving on, my dears, to the next one. This is the next type they can ask you, the inverse type. The inverse type means they will give you a matrix. They will ask you to find its inverse. Yes, they will ask you to find its inverse, my dears. How to find the inverse of a matrix? Inverse of a matrix is simply the adjoint of the matrix divided by its determinant. Yes, the inverse of a matrix is adjoint by determinant. Now, I already taught you how to find adjoint. Easy. 4 times you write, you get the cofactors, you take the transpose, you get adjoint. So, I am not going to do that again. I will directly write the answers here. Determinant of A, all of you. Determinant of A is 1 into 1 plus 3, 4, plus 1 into 2 plus 3, 5, plus 1 into 2 minus 1, 1. Your answer for determinant of A is equal to 10. Determinant of A is equal to 10. Now, I am going for the cofactors, all of you. The cofactors I am going for it right directly. So, 1 plus 3, 4. Next, 2 plus 3, 5. Okay, 2 minus 1, 1. Next, it's going to be minus 1, minus 2. 1 minus 1, 0. And then 1 plus 1 is 2. So, it's plus 2 and minus 2. Next, then 3 minus 1 is 2. Minus 3 minus 2 minus 5, 5. 1 plus 2 is 3. This is the cofactors. Okay, so from the cofactors, you will find the adjoint. And what's the adjoint of A? Just the transpose. 4 minus 5, 1, 2, 0, minus 2, 2, 5, 3. I'm not showing the complete process again because it's already done in the previous question. You can go back and study it again, do it and practice once again at home. Okay, but cofactors, adjoint ready. What's my A inverse? My A inverse is equal to, you have to divide. Please don't divide. If you divide, you will get fractions. Fractions is going to make the calculations difficult. You just write it like this in the exam. Leave that 10 outside as 1 by 10 and write 4, 2, 2, minus 5, 0, 5, 1, minus 2, 3. Finished. Yes? Clear all of you? All of you clear? Yes or no? So once A inverse is ready, now they are saying hence. See, this word is very dangerous in math papers. Hence means whatever you did in the first part, you have to use that to solve the second part. You cannot do it otherwise. If you do it otherwise, you lose marks. Whatever you did in the first part, you have to use that to solve the second part, my dears. No other thing should be done. Okay, some students sit and do the entire process again to solve the system of equations. You will lose marks. Can you see that from the system? From the system, you get the coefficient matrix 1, 2, 1, minus 1, 1, 1, 1, minus 3, 1. This is the coefficient matrix. But do you see that this coefficient matrix that I wrote here is exactly the transpose of A? Sometimes it is same. Sometimes the same matrix is given to find A inverse. Then in that case, what is your X? A inverse into B. Or adjoint of A by determinant of A into B. Finished. Direct answer done. What is the formula for finding X? Formula for finding X is what? Adjoint of A by determinant of A into B. We already have that here, right? So if the question had the same system with the same matrix, you just use this inverse, multiply it with B, answer over. But this time, it's not the direct matrix, it's a transpose. So when transpose is asked, I need the inverse of this transpose. Okay, so therefore, now what is B, all of you? Let's say what is B? B is 4, 0, 2. 4, 0, 2. So what is going to be X? X is going to be adjoint of A transpose by determinant of A transpose into B. It's actually, I won't write that. I will write the normal formula, direct one. A transpose inverse into B. I have to get the inverse of this, which is actually the transpose of the other one. And that is a direct property which is same as the original inverse transpose. You already found out A inverse. So A transpose inverse is A inverse transpose. A transpose inverse is A inverse transpose. So when the question is with the transpose of the original matrix, whatever you got as A inverse, simply take the transpose of that. So what is your answer going to be? The transpose of this. You have a 1 by 10 outside, don't take it. 1 by 10 transpose 422 minus 5 0 5 1 minus 2 3 is multiplied with 402. When you multiply it, 16 0 2, you get 18. 8 0, you get 4. Then 16 0 6. 806. 806 is 14 with 1 by 10. Okay, so 1 by 10 means your answer first one 9 by 5, 2 by 5, 7 by 5. That is your values for x, y, z. X is equal to 9 by 5, y is equal to 2 by 5, z is equal to 7 by 5. And please verify the answer by substituting the original equation and checking. So 9 by 5, 2 by 5, 7 by 5, you check. If the answer is right, keep it. Okay? Fine? All of you? Is it clear? All of you, is it clear? Everybody, please look at it. Once again, the logic here is they gave us an A inverse with the transpose. So the A inverse you find out in the beginning, you just take the transpose of that to get the answer. If you do the entire solution again, you will get the same answer, but they will cut your marks. You will not get full marks even if the answer is right. That's why this word is very, very dangerous. Please understand, whenever hence is given to you, you have to use in the whatever in the first part to solve it. Next one, my dears. Verification is not mandatory, Ashmita. It is just for you to verify whether you did it right. If you have not done it right, then the entire 5 marks gone. No, just check once. If you are getting some dirty answers for x, y, z, some ugly numbers, that means their possibility of a mistake is very high. Just substitute and check. That's all. Okay. Next one is a new. This one is also very important. The PQ type, the product type. So product type is very easy compared to the original ones. Okay. Product type is very simple. You just got to find what's PQ. So what's PQ? Minus 4, 4, 4, minus 7, 1, 3, 5, minus 3, minus 1 is multiplied with 1, minus 1, 1, 1, minus 2, 2, 2, 1, 3. Yes, multiply it all of you. Minus 4, 4, 8. Not wasting my time, you will always get a scalar matrix. For these kind of questions, when you multiply two matrices, you will always get a scalar matrix. Scalar matrix, it is 8i. Okay, so PQ is equal to 8i. Now write the system of equations. So from the system, see, some students, I have been correcting some papers of the mock exam that was conducted in Brilliant, and I've seen that some students still, after finding the product, took the entire system and solved it like a normal question and gave the paper to me. You will not get full marks for those kind of approaches. If you use that method, they will take your marks. You will get only 2.5 marks. 2 marks for the right product, half mark for the right answer at the end. They will eat your 2.5 marks. You are going to use the first product to solve because they said hence. They said hence. You have to use the first product to solve for x, y, z. Okay. So let's say from the system, our matrix is the coefficient matrix 1, minus 1, 1, 1, minus 2, 2, 1, 3. Do you see that? This coefficient matrix is actually your Q. This is your Q. Okay, and what's my B? The right hand side, 4, 9, 1. And I have to solve for x. So definitely, what is the method to solve for x? X is equal to Q inverse into B, correct? Because your matrix is Q here. So x is equal to not A, it's Q. It looks exactly like Q. So x is equal to Q inverse into B. But I already have that PQ is 8i. Very simple. From this PQ is equal to 8i means Q inverse is the other matrix divided by the number. For those students who don't know how to rearrange this equation, keep in mind, I want Q inverse from this relationship after the product. I want Q inverse. Q inverse is the other matrix in the relation divided by the number that is on the right side. What's the number on the right side? 8. So divided by 8. It's very simple. So what is my x? P into B by 8. And we already know what is P. Yes, P is minus 4, 4, 4. And minus 7, 1, 3. And 5, minus 3, minus 1. Multiplied with B. B is 4, 9, 1. Okay, divided by 8. The product of the matrix. All of you. Minus 16 plus 36 plus 4. 40 minus 16. 40 minus 16 is 24. Then minus 28 plus 9 plus 3. It's plus 9 plus 3 is 12. Minus 28 plus 12 is minus 16. Okay. Then 20 minus 27. Minus 7 minus 1 minus 8. Divided by 8. 24 by 8. X is equal to 3. Minus 16 by 8. Y is equal to minus 2. Minus 8 by 8. Z is equal to minus 1. X equal to 3. Y equal to minus 2. Z equal to minus 1. Very, very simple when compared to the other two. Once again, when product is a scalar matrix, you will get the inverse from that. It is always going to be a scalar matrix. So what you have to do is find out which matrix among the two given to you is the system of equations. Here it is Q, so you want Q inverse. If it is P, you want P inverse. So Q inverse is the other matrix divided by the number you got in the relationship. The other matrix is P divided by the number is 8. Simple logic. If you cannot rearrange, this is the logic to keep in mind. The other matrix divided by the number in the relation. Got it, all of you? Anybody having difficulty? Anybody having difficulty, please tell me. Because, okay, nobody is asking any complicated doubts. Fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, clear, all of you. Now, moving on. So, that's it from matrices determinants. So, we have finished 2 sections already. The next most important one, 3D geometry. We will do with 3D geometry and then we will take a very short break. Okay, 3D geometry again, very, very important topic and very, very few types of questions because there is only straight lines. 3D geometry, there is only one 3D object we are studying, that is straight lines. Only question based on 3 straight lines we have to study. They made it so simple for us. Moving on, the most important pattern, that is shortest distance between 2 lines. In shortest distance between 2 lines, the formula we studied is in vector form. The formula we always prefer to use in shortest distance of non-parallel lines, it is A2 minus A1 cross A2 minus A1 dot B1 cross B2 divided by magnitude B1 cross B2 modulus. This is for non-parallel lines. If the lines are parallel, shortest distance is equal to A2 minus A1 cross B magnitude divided by the magnitude of B. Okay, so whenever the question is given in Cartesian form, you convert it to vector form before you start. And please, my dear students, there is a lot of things you must look at in 3D questions. There are very different ways of asking a 3D question. The first and the most complicated way is they will not give your Cartesian form in the standard equation. The standard equation says the coefficient of the variable should be 1. Look at the first one. The coefficient is not 1. So make it 1 because the coefficient is 2. Divide 2 both in the numerator and denominator. You will get the first equation, x minus 1 by 2. Second one, y minus 1 by 3. X minus x1 by a, y minus y1 by b. Please remember the standard form of a Cartesian equation. X minus x1 by a, y minus y1 by b, z minus z1 by c. This is the Cartesian form, standard equation. You have to write it in that form. Next one is simply z. So it's z minus nothing is there, so 0, and divided by 1 because there is nothing in the denominator. So this is your first Cartesian equation. Second one, x minus 1 by 5, y minus 2 by 2. See the third one, it's not a mistake. Many students misunderstand that this is a mistake. This is a comma itself. When there is one component of the Cartesian equation separated by a comma, it means it is a component with a direction ratio 0. Direction ratio 0. Mathematically, we cannot put a 0 in the denominator. That's why they write it like that when it comes to direction ratio 0. So you must rewrite it as what? Z minus 2 divided by 0. So that you can write it in the correct standard form. Okay, so remember, this is very, very important. The first thing is, whenever you see a question of 3D in which the equation of a line is given in Cartesian form, don't jump and start doing the answer. Check whether the equation is given in standard form. It's the biggest tip I can give you before going for the final board exam. Okay, check whether the Cartesian equation is given in the standard form. Now from this, please write the vector equation. You might have done a lot number of questions to convert this. So first R1 is 1i minus 1j plus 0k plus lambda 2i 3j 1k. R2 minus 1i 2j plus 2j plus 2k plus mu into 5i plus 2j plus 0k. I can easily take the points from both the lines, direction ratios from both the lines. I made the two vector equations of both the lines. Okay? Okay, all of you clear? Now moving on, I am going to find the vectors. What are the vectors? First, a2 minus a1. Before that, my dears, check whether the lines are parallel or not. Because the question is based on shortest distance, you must always make sure you have to check whether the lines are parallel. See, most of the students will just look at the vectors. Oh, they are not equal, so it's not parallel. No, it's not like that. Check proportional. Check proportional between these two. See, 2 by 5 is the first ratio. 3 by 2 is the second ratio. And 1 by 0, they are not equal. They are not proportional. This is what you must check. Not equality. Parallel lines are proportional direction ratios. Nobody said it has to be equal direction ratios. It has to be proportional direction ratios. Sometimes they will confuse you by giving proportional ratios. You will think, okay, they are not equal, so they are not parallel. Let me do like this. So you will get shortest distance where B1 cross B2 is always 0. 0 by 0, gone. 0 by 0, you will say shortest distance equal to 0 directly. You will be completely in a mess in the exam paper. So first thing, Cartesian in standard form. Second thing, check whether the direction ratios are proportional before starting a shortest distance questions. Okay, now it's not proportional, I can start now. Not proportional, I can start with a normal question. Okay, now start a2 minus a1 minus 2i plus 3j plus 2k. Now b1 cross b2. Cross product, determinant, ijk. First direction ratios 2, 3, 1. Second direction ratios 5 to 0. So it's minus 2i plus 5j, 4 minus 15 minus 11k. So this is your b1 cross b2. Now use this in the shortest distance formula, my dears. So what is the shortest distance formula? For non-parallel lines, dot product between these two. So modulus of dot product, minus 2 into minus 2, 4, 3 into 5, 15, 2 into minus 11, minus 22, divided by magnitude of b1 cross b2. Magnitude of this is 4 plus 25 plus 121. All of you clear? All of you clear? Any doubts? Okay, so how did we know that it is z minus 2? Yes, because if z is equal to positive 2, then 2 will come to this side, it will become z minus 2 only, right? Not plus 2. If z equal to 2 means z minus 2 is 0. Understood? Fine. Now 4 plus 15, 19. 19 minus 22, 3. Modulus is positive 3. 29 and 121 is going to 121, 141, 150. So root of 150. Root of 150, it's 25 times 6. So it's going to be 5 root 6. So 3 by 5 root 6 units is the distance between the shortest distance between the two lines. This is a good question for 5 marks because first thing you had to convert it into standard form, and then you had to write the vector equation, and then you had to do the shortest distance formula. I never said directly only shortest is going to be asked, but please understand that shortest distance is one of the most important questions for 3D. Yes, all of you clear? Any doubts? All of you clear? Any doubts? Okay, next one. The next one is they're asking you to prove that the lines are intersecting. How do we prove the lines are intersecting? This is also coming under the concept of shortest distance. It is enough to show that the shortest distance is 0 to prove that the lines are intersecting. First of all, Cartesian form. Let's write the correct equation. For line 1, x minus minus 1 by 3, y minus minus 3 by 5, z minus minus 5 by 7. First Cartesian equation. Second Cartesian equation, x minus 2 by 1, y minus 4 by 3, z minus 6 by 5. So they are perfect Cartesian forms. So I can write r1 vector minus 1i minus 3j minus 5k plus lambda 3i 5j 7k. R2 vector 2i 4j 6k plus mu 1i 3j 5k. Clear? Now listen very carefully. How to prove that the lines are intersecting? How to prove that the lines are intersecting? It is enough to prove that if a2 minus a1 dot b1 cross b2, that is the numerator of the shortest distance formula. Numerator of the shortest distance formula. a2 minus a1 dot b1 cross b2. The numerator of the shortest distance formula, if that is 0, the lines are intersecting. So let's find out what is then lines are intersecting. Okay, so what is a2 minus a1, all of you? Quick, a2 minus a1. 3i, 7j, 11k. What's b1 cross b2? b1 cross b2, determinant ijk, 357, 135. 25 minus 21, 4i. 15 minus 7, minus 8j. Okay, 9 minus 5, minus 4k, plus 4k. Okay, once again, 25 minus 21, 4, 15 minus 7, minus 8j. Okay, 9 minus 5, 4k. So this is your direction ratios. But you can see, I can reduce it. I can reduce this by removing a 4. Remove a 4, I can reduce I minus 2j plus k, because direction ratios can always be written in the simplest form. b1 cross b2 is the direction ratio of a perpendicular vector. So I can always write this in the simplest form. Nothing wrong if I write it in the simplest form. Okay. And then what is going to be a2 minus a1 dot b1 cross b2. Take the dot product. Therefore, a2 minus a1 dot b1 cross b2 is equal to, what happens if I do the dot product? 3 into 1, 3 minus 14 plus 11, 11 plus 4, 3, 14 minus 14, 0. I proved a2 minus a1 dot b1 cross b2 equal to 0, then the lines are intersecting. Because if that is 0, the numerator of the shortest distance is 0. So 0 divided by anything is 0, because magnitude is not 0 for b1 cross b2. b1 cross b2 will have a magnitude 0 if and only if b1 is parallel to b2. b1 is not parallel to b2 because they are saying that the lines are intersecting. All of you clear? Yes, shortest distance is 0, lines are intersecting. Now, how to find the point of intersection? Very simple. You just go to the Cartesian form. You just go to the Cartesian form and say, substitute lambda for this Cartesian form and substitute mu for the second Cartesian form. How to find the point of intersection, all of you? Substitute lambda for the first Cartesian form and substitute mu for the second Cartesian form and call them as equation 1 and call them as equation 2. To find the point of intersection, we need Cartesian form, not vector form. Once again, how to find point of intersection? Substitute lambda for the first Cartesian form, substitute mu for the second Cartesian form, call it equation 1 and equation 2. Equation 1, equation 2. All of you clear? And then write the first x in terms of lambda and mu. Okay, so x is equal to, okay, from 1 and 2, I'll say that, that's better. From 1 and 2, x equals to 3 lambda minus 1. Okay. Second one, x is equal to mu plus 2. 3 lambda minus 1, mu plus 2. Okay. Now y is equal to 5 lambda minus 3. Y is equal to 3 mu plus 4. Now you have to say it's a point of intersection. For point of intersection, x and the corresponding coordinates are equal, right? For point of intersection, corresponding coordinates are equal because it is the same point, my dears. First line, second line, they are intersecting at the same point x, y, z. So the x of both the lines and the y of both the lines must be equal at the point of intersection. Corresponding coordinates equal. And because corresponding coordinates are equal, I can say 3 lambda minus 1 equal to mu plus 2. So mu is equal to 3 lambda minus 3. Mu is equal to 3 lambda minus 3. Substitute that in the second part. 5 3 equal to 3 mu plus 4. So 5 lambda minus 3, substitute mu as 3 lambda minus 3. 3 into 3 lambda, 9 lambda. 3 into minus 3, minus 9 plus 4. So 9 lambda, 5 lambda, 4 lambda. And minus 9 plus 4 is minus 5. 5 will come here plus 5, 2. So lambda equals 1 by 2. Lambda I got. So once getting lambda, it's easy to put and get z also. See, I just found x and y only. There is z also. Okay. What is going to be z for the first one? 7 lambda minus 5. 7 lambda plus 5. Sorry, minus 5. 7 lambda minus 5. Z for the second one. Z for the second one. 5 mu plus 6. Yes, you have everything with us. So now lambda equal to 1 by 2, you put in this, you get x. You put in this, you get y. You put in this, you get z. Therefore, x is equal to 3 into 1 by 2. 3 by 2 minus 1, 1 by 2. Y is equal to 5 into 1 by 2. 5 minus 6 minus 1 by 2. Z is equal to 7 into 1 by 2. 7 minus 10, so minus 3 by 2. So my point of intersection is 1 by 2, minus 1 by 2, minus 3 by 2. All of you listen once again. How to prove that the two lines are intersecting? Shortest distance is equal to 0. That is enough to say that the numerator is 0. Second one, how to find that point of intersection? In the Cartesian form, write x in terms of lambda, x in terms of mu. Y in terms of lambda, y in terms of mu. Z in terms of lambda, Z in terms of mu. So from the two equations which you got x, y, z, you simply compare the x coordinates and y coordinates, get an equation which relates mu and lambda. Solve for mu and lambda, that's the only logic. solve for mu and lambda from the two equations. Just find either mu or lambda because it is same for both the cases. You find a mu as some other value also, the point of intersection is still going to be the same only. So you just either find a lambda or a mu and substitute in the equation, you will get the point of intersection. I hope everybody is clear. Yes or no? Everybody is clear with this concept? It's a very important question for board exam, for 3D geometry. Shortest distance and point of intersection. Anybody having any doubts? If it's clear, can you please put in the chat box, my dears? Please put the yes or no in the chat box so they can understand that you're all clear with the concept, my dears. Okay, good doubt. Sir, if both vectors are for parallel lines, if both vectors are proportional, which one should you take as B? You can take anything. Whatever you take, you get the same answer only. You can take any vector, that's why they are proportional. So you can take any vector as B, no problem. Same answer only you will get. Okay? Okay, fine, good. Moving on. Next one. Again, this one, it came in the board exam in one of the regions last time. Okay, here they are saying that the lines are intersecting, but they are giving you a missing value here. They are giving you a missing value. I am not going to ask you to find the point of intersection. This I already did. This part I am not going to do. I am only giving you the logic of how to find this unknown value inside the line. L1 and L2 are intersecting. It's given to us. And they're asking you to find an unknown value inside the equation called B. How to find it fast? Very simple logic. You just do this determinant. Okay? Determinant x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1. The 2 points on the two lines. A1, B1, C1. The direction ratio of the first line. A2, B2, C2. The direction ratio of the second line. Once again, x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1. The 2 points on the two lines. A1, B1, C1. Direction ratio of first line. A2, B2, C2. Direction ratio of the second line. And that determinant will be 0 if the lines are intersecting. What is x2 minus x1, my dears? x2, 4, x1, 1, y2, 1, y1, b, z2, this is actually z minus 0 by 1. We already did like this, okay? So 0 minus 3. Direction ratios, 2, 3, 4. It's a perfect Cartesian form. That's why I'm not wasting my time to check and all. 5, 2, 1 equal to 0. You solve this determinant, you will get the value of B. So I'll write in a better way. 3, 2, 5. 1 minus B, 3, 2. Minus 3, 4, 1 equal to 0. Get the determinant. 3 into 3 minus 8. And minus 1 minus b into 2 minus 20. Okay? Minus 3 into 4 minus 15 minus 11 equal to 0. So you will get minus 15 plus 18 minus 18b plus 33 equal to 0. So 33 plus 15 and 8 is 3, so it's going to be 36. So 18b equal to 36. B is equal to 2. Finished. So this is a very, very important type I am expecting again this year, where they ask you to find unknown value in the Cartesian equation and using that unknown value find the point of intersection. Okay, so once B is ready, you can put there write the vector equation, from the Cartesian equation, you know how to find the point of intersection. Same logic you have to use and find the point of intersection. Now they're asking you to find the angle between, see this question, all of them will not come. I simply put this concept also so that just I can revise the formula for angle between two lines. What's the formula for angle between two lines, all of you? So cos theta is equal to B1 dot B2 by magnitude B1 magnitude B2. What's the formula for angle between two lines, all of you? Cos theta is equal to B1 dot B2. B1 means direction ratios of the first line. B2 means direction ratios of the second line in vector form. Dot product divided by magnitude B1 magnitude B2. So I will not calculate that also. You just try to revise this formula. Once again, we have done a lot of questions based on this in MCQ discussion, and I want you to remember that they can simply add this question to my 5-mark question to make it one more additional question in that. Okay, how to find angle between two lines? Cos theta is equal to B1 dot B2 by magnitude B1 magnitude B2. All of you, did you revise the concept of angle between two lines, and did you understand the method to find an unknown value in the Cartesian equation? An unknown value in the Cartesian equation by using the method of determinant. Even if this is a vector equation also, write it in the Cartesian form and use this method. This determinant method is easier. You use this logic directly, you get the unknown value. All of you understood? Can I get a very quick yes or no in the chat box, my dears? A very quick yes or no in the chat box, my dears. All of you, please. All of you online. I want a very good yes or no, please. Beautiful, beautiful. Very good, very good. Okay, now moving on, my dears. Next question in this. Now, this is the next type they'll ask. What? Foot of the perpendicular, image of the point, length of the perpendicular, all these kind of concepts. Here, they have to find the coordinates of the foot of the perpendicular drawn from a point 0, 2, 3 to a particular line. Direct question. Direct question. Now the point is 0, 2, 3 and you are drawing a perpendicular from 0, 2, 3 onto this line L. I want you to find the coordinates of this point Q, which is the foot of the perpendicular. I normally call the foot of the perpendicular as XYZ. And the point from which the perpendicular is drawn, I call it as X1, Y1, Z1. See, though it is not asked in, it's asked, I added this question. Actually, this question is not there in this, okay. I added it so that I can teach you to find the image here itself. Okay, so image is always over here. Correct? So I will call it as X2, Y2, Z2. This is my logic of doing the question. I keep the diagram ready always. Point X1, Y1, Z1, which is always given in the question. Line equation will always be there. Foot of the perpendicular is a point on that line L. I usually call it as XYZ. If you follow this logic, you can do this very fast. That's why I'm telling you. Once again, 0, 2, 3, X1, Y1, Z1. Q, foot of the perpendicular, XYZ. And X2, Y2, Z2 as P dash. So Q, X, Y, Z is the foot of the perpendicular on line. Which line? X plus 3 by 5, Y minus 1 by 2, Z plus 4 by 3, and I will call it as lambda. What is the logic of finding the foot of the perpendicular? Call the Cartesian equation of the line. Remember, Cartesian equation. Foot of the perpendicular is always done in Cartesian form, not vector form. Foot of the perpendicular, image of the point are all done in Cartesian form. Shortest distance done in vector form, but foot of the perpendicular, point of intersection, all these are done in Cartesian form. Angle between two lines, vector form. So we can remember, we must remember which form is necessary for doing the question. Is vector form or Cartesian form? If you don't know that, please go through the notes, study which form is being used to do that question. Okay. Now, what is x? 5 lambda minus 3. What is y? 2 lambda plus 1. And what is z? 3 lambda minus 4. This is what I got for xyz in terms of lambda, because xyz is what I need to find, but it's very difficult to find 3 unknown values xyz. So I am writing all of them in terms of lambda. So if I find lambda, all of them are calculated. So the magic is 3 unknown is now just 1 unknown called lambda. That's the magic of this method. Okay. Once that is ready, what I will do? I will look at the question. I saw that this is actually perpendicular. What is it? Both are perpendicular. So perpendicular calls for direction ratios. What are the direction ratios of the line L? Which we call it as A1, B1, C1. Direction ratios directly known 5 to 3. Now second line direction ratios of PQ, which we call it as A2, B2, C2. Direction ratios A1, B1, C1. Direction ratios A2, B2, C2. How to find the direction ratios of PQ line? PQ, this is P, okay? PQ. Okay, I forgot to put P over there. PQ. So PQ line is x minus 0, y minus 2, z minus 3. We know x, y, z in terms of lambda. Put there 5z minus 3. So 5 lambda minus 3 minus 0. Okay. 2 lambda plus 1 minus 2. 2 lambda plus 1 minus 2 minus 1. 3 lambda minus 4 minus 3. 3 lambda minus 7. So direction ratios of line L, direction ratios of PQ, both are ready. Now I know L is perpendicular to PQ, so A1, A2 plus, B1, B2 plus, C1, C2, the condition for two perpendicular lines. So once again, step number 1, write the foot of the perpendicular in terms of lambda from the equation of the line L, okay, in Cartesian form. Step number 2, direction ratios of L, direction ratios of PQ should be put in the condition for perpendicular lines, because PQ is perpendicular to L. That's why foot of perpendicular. Okay. Now substitute and multiply. 5 into 5 lambda minus 3, 25 lambda minus 15. 2 into 2 lambda minus 1, 4 lambda minus 2. 3 into 3 lambda minus 7, 9 lambda minus 21. 9 lambda minus 21 is equal to 0. Okay. Now open 25 plus 4, 29. 29 plus 9, 38. 38 lambda. Minus 15, minus 17, minus 21, minus 38 equal to 0. I am getting lambda equals 1. Lambda equals 1. Okay. Once lambda is ready, Q is also ready, because Q is in terms of lambda, my dears. Yes, Q in terms of lambda is 1. So 5 into 1 minus 3. 2. 2 into 1 plus 1. 3. 3 into 1 minus 4 minus 1. 2, 3 minus 1. Very good, all of you. Very good. 2, 3 minus 1. Lambda equal to 1. Already answer came here. Good. 2, 3 minus 1. 2, 3 minus 1 is the foot of the perpendicular. Done that part. Now I have to find the length of the perpendicular. What is meant by length of the perpendicular? Length means I have to measure the distance. PQ. Distance formula. What is the distance formula between P and Q? Let me write what is Q now. I got the point as 2, 3 minus 1. So how to find PQ? Subtract 2 minus 0. 2 minus 0 squared. 3 minus 2 squared. Minus 1 minus 3 squared. 4, 5 and 16. Answer root 21. That's the length of the perpendicular. Root 21. Now image. Remember very, very easily. Image. The reason I called all these with these names is for a purpose to make it easy for you. Once again, footer perpendicular Q, XYZ must be written in terms of lambda from the Cartesian equation of the line. Direction ratios of line L and PQ should be put in the perpendicular condition A1, A2 plus B1, B2 plus C1, C2 equal to 0 to get lambda. Okay. Then substitute the lambda in Q in XYZ to get the coordinates of Q. Then measure the distance from P to Q. Measure the distance from P to Q. You got root of 21. Yes. Then image x2, y2, z2. Keep in mind x2, 2x minus x1. x2, 2x minus x1. y2, 2y minus y1. y2, 2y minus y1. z2, 2z minus z1. If you do this like this, very fast. Otherwise, you will put it in the midpoint formula. You will rearrange and solve it. Welcome to do it. I have no objection. This is for those students who don't know anything about this question. Listen to this, my dears. So I call the image as x2, y2, z2 for a purpose. x2, 2x minus x1. y2, 2y minus y1. 2x means 2x, 4 minus x1, 0. 2y, 6 minus y1, 2. 2z minus 2 minus 3. Final answer 4 minus 5. Image ready. Fast. x2, y2, z2. 2x minus x1, 2y minus y1, 2z minus z1. All of you clear? Can I get a quick yes or no in the chat box? All of you, please. I want everybody to say yes or no in the chat box. Yes. Right answer is coming from Ashmita. Yes, Venkata. Correct answer. Yes, Jairam. Right answer. Very good. Very good. Yes, Hridya. Right. Very good. Very good. Beautiful. So, please, this is a very important question to learn. So, I have given you the complete concept on footer perpendicular and image of a point. Okay. This one, this is just a vector form. So, I am not going to do the entire question. I'm just telling you how to write it in the correct way, because image and footer perpendicular must be done. Without footer perpendicular, no image. Without footer perpendicular, no image. So when they ask you only image also, you have to find footer perpendicular and then find the image. But this is all in vectors. I'm just giving you this question just to write the Cartesian form. So this is my point P, but this is in vector form. So my P is going to be I, which is 1i minus 2j plus 1k. Okay. And then my straight line is again vector form. So my straight line is 2. So x minus 2, direction ratio 3. Minus 1, y minus 1. So y plus 1 divided by direction ratio minus 1. Then z minus 3, z plus 3 divided by direction ratio 2. Now it's the same old question. So this is x1, y1, z1. You will find q, the foot of the perpendicular. You know the logic, right? And then you will go for the image, which is called x2, y2, z2. So I put this question not to solve the entire question, to tell you that if the question can be asked in vector form also, no worries, convert it to a Cartesian form and then do it. Nobody tells me that if the question is in vector form, I have to do it in vector form itself. No, no, no. Whichever is easy for you, do it in that way. If it is in Cartesian form, it is easy for you, do it in Cartesian form. Who cares about what you do it? Because this is the best method to find the footer perpendicular and the image, not the vector form. All of you clear? No, my dear, because there's nothing like, see, you're asking a doubt about MCQ right now. For clarity, let me tell you, nobody can tell you what's going to be asked. Only teachers can give you a concept on how to answer a question of MCQ. You can't always guess what's the exact question. So whatever MCQs that we have discussed is just to cover all the concepts that is there in the NCERT textbook. And in addition, whatever type of question was asked in exemplar of NCERT, also I have covered in the YouTube live discussions for MCQs. That's enough to follow. The MCQs, that is enough to follow. But the concept and the idea is there. Even if a higher level question comes, the idea and the concept to do the higher level question is also taught to you. Okay, so no worries about that. Okay, Tushar? Fine. Moving on, my dears. This is the last type I want to teach you. Okay, no, not the last type. Second last type. Very fast. Find the equation of a line passing through 1, minus 1, 1 and perpendicular to two lines. Okay, so this is the type of question where they are giving you a point, but with the point, see, let me remind you something, my dears. Last year's board exam paper, whatever we looked at, we saw that in many of the questions where the equation of line is needed, they are not giving it. They are not giving the equation of the line directly to you. There are three different ways where they can ask you to find the equation of a line. The first way is this one. What is the first way? Giving you 2 points, you have to find the equation of the line. X minus x1 by x2 minus x1. Y minus y1 by y2 minus y1. Z minus z1 by z2 minus z1. This is one way of asking. Okay. Here also, you have to use that logic and try to find the equation. So, it's going to be x minus 4 by minus 3. Y minus 3 by minus 4. Okay. Z minus 2 by minus 2. You can see all of them are minus. You can remove the minus. X minus 4 by 3. Y minus 3 by 4. X minus 2 by 2. Sorry, Z minus. Z minus 2 by 2. You can write the simplest form directly. Okay, for this line, this is for AB. This is for line AB. Now for line CD, same logic. X minus 1 by 2 minus 1. Y minus 2 by minus 1. Z plus 1 by 2. So this is the equation of line CD in Cartesian form. Now you are trying to find the equation of a line passing through the point 1 minus 1, 1. So this line is passing through the point 1 minus 1, 1 and perpendicular to the two lines you wrote. The two lines are AB and CD. How to find the equation of the yellow line which is perpendicular to the two green lines? For that, we need the direction ratio of this yellow line. The direction ratio of this yellow line is the cross product of the direction ratio of the green lines. This is the second way to make you to find the equation of a line. The first way is giving you 2 points. The second way is giving you two perpendicular lines to find the direction ratio of your required line. Once again, remember, there's 2 ways I'm saying right now in the same question. First way, they will give you 2 points. You have to use this equation to get the equation of the straight line between the 2 points. Second one, they will give you a point and they will ask you to find the direction ratios using 2 perpendicular lines. So what's going to be the B vector? Determinant I, J, K. The first line has direction ratios 3, 4, 2. Second line 1 minus 1, 2. That's going to be 8 plus 2, 10i. 6 minus 2, 4j. That is negative 4j, I'm sorry. Negative 4j minus 3 minus 4 minus 7k. This is the direction ratios of the yellow line. So what's my equation? R vector is equal to A vector plus lambda. A is the point on the line, 1i minus 1j plus 1k. Lambda, B vector, 10i minus 4j minus 7k. This is the vector of the yellow line. Vector equation. Or if you want to write the Cartesian equation, write the Cartesian equation, no worries. They never said vector equation or Cartesian equation. You can write it any way you want. Okay, fine. So this is another way they can ask you to find the equation of a line. Okay, now this is the next type expected. That is, they are giving you a triangle A, B, C. A is 1, minus 1, 2. B is minus 2, 1, 0. C is 0, 2, 4. I'm not going to do the entire question. They're asking you find the length of the perpendicular from A to BC. We have done this question already. Yes? How to find the length of the perpendicular, all of you? Find the foot of the perpendicular and measure the distance. So you will find the foot of the perpendicular for this line. But what is the equation of BC? Equation of BC is x plus 2 by 0 plus 2, y minus 1 by 2 minus 1, z minus 0 by 4 minus 0. The equation of line BC. That will help you to find the foot of the perpendicular. Yes or no? If you know the equation of this line BC, you can find the foot of the perpendicular. Yes? Now, after finding the foot of the perpendicular, you can measure the distance between A and D. That is called length of the perpendicular. So, we have already done that. So, why I put this question? To tell you that in that question, they gave you the equation of the line L. Now, you are finding the equation of the line L using the 2 points that is given in the question. Okay? Get it in terms of lambda. That is clear, all of you? Once that is done, you measure the distance from A to D. Once the distance is measured, now what are they asking? Find the area of triangle ABC. How to find area of a triangle ABC? Half into base into height. Base is BC. Height is AD. BC is distance between B and C. AD is the length of the perpendicular which you are calculating. Put it. Creative question in 3D, my dears. Anticipated a question pattern like this, connecting the 3D ideas that you know into a geometrical shape. Triangle, parallelogram, fix it. Possibility is there to be asked for 5 marks. Okay. So with this, we come to the end of a discussion for 3D. Okay. Now we'll take a very short break for 5 minutes, my dears, and we will resume the class with applications of integrals. Okay. So today we'll be covering now. In the second part, we will cover applications of integrals 5 marks, differentiation 3 marks, LPP 3 marks. So please stay tuned, my dears. I'll come back after a short break, all of you. So stay with me, my dears. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to
Amazing channel of Brilliant Katha.
When you're rubbing one body with another body, electrons are transferred from one object to what? Another object. Okay, this process, this type of electricity is been given a name.
halogen connected carbon sp3, then it's connected to benzene. See all of you, halogen connected. What is this carbon hybridization? Full single bond sp3, see then a benzene ring.
Denominator poles shouldn't be included in the denominator poles. That means the denominator, these -1 and -5 should never be included in the solution.
Homocircle caudal fin. It's giving two equal lobes. But in case of cartilage fishes, look at here, one big lobe is there, one small lobe is there. You cannot cut into two equal half this fin.
Brilliant cut.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's all this? Your results. Congratulations to all. I am confident you'll all achieve your goals. So, young man, what are your aspirations?
I want to do robotics, ideally from the Bust Institute in the US.
And you, young lady?
Sir, I love kids and I would love to learn pediatrics. I feel Boston is the best place for that.
Sumit, what about you?
Back home to India for medicine.
Good. I'm sure you'll all achieve your aspirations, be it in India or anywhere. Keep in mind, your first challenge is the entrance, whether it's IIT,
J.
SAT, or NEET. You have to learn from the masters. Brilliant Qatar is the passport to your success.
We undertake coaching for regular and repeat batches and tuition for board examinations. Brilliant Education Center, Doha, Qatar.
Okay, my dear students, welcome back. So, I'm going to continue with the discussions. All of you, I hope everybody is back online. All of you, please, break is over. Please come back online. Okay, good. So all of you, now the discussion is on questions based on applications of integrals. This is one of the most difficult part for most of the students when it comes to 5-mark questions. Okay, only one question comes from this chapter, and that is again 5 marks only. So the difficulty, I'm trying to do all the different types. I'm trying to do here. First one, see, in order to save time, I have put the diagram also ready for you. Okay, so find the region lying in the first quadrant enclosed by the x-axis, and the line x is equal to the enclosed by the x-axis and the line over here and the circle over here. Do you see that this is enclosed by this small region over here? All of you see that? Yes? So this is what the question is. Okay, but how to draw this diagram without a mistake? Okay, so all of you listen very carefully. Whenever you are doing a question from application of integrals, identify what is the equations given to you. First one, they clearly said it's a line. Second one, they themselves said it's a circle. So whenever a line is given to you, look at the equation. This equation does not have a constant. X is equal to root 3y plus or minus a constant. That's not there. A constant is not there, means the line passes through origin. A line passing through origin, that's it. You don't have to show it anything else. So whenever you draw a diagram for application of integrals, please keep in mind it's a rough sketch. Diagram should be neat, but it's a rough sketch, means you need not show the accurate coordinates. Line through origin. Line through origin. Simply draw a line through origin like this. Finished. Line through origin, simply draw a line through origin like this. Okay, second one, they are talking about a circle. Yes, this circle looks always like with center 0, 0, and this is going to give you the radius. 4 means radius is 2. 2 squared is 4. 2 squared is 4. So your radius is 2. So a circle with radius 2, center origin. So will pass through 2, 0 on x-axis and 0, 2 on y-axis. Diagram done. Now the next headache is to find out where the line meets the circle. For that you have to simply solve the two equations. I got x is equal to root 3y. X squared plus y squared is equal to 4. Substitute x squared plus 3y. Sorry, x squared plus x is equal to root 3y, right? So x squared is going to be 3y squared plus y squared is equal to 4. So 4y squared is equal to 4. Y squared equal to 1. Y is equal to plus or minus 1. But I am only interested in the positive quadrant. So y is equal to 1. If y is equal to 1, yes, what is going to be x? Therefore, x is equal to root 3 into 1, which is equal to root 3. That's why my point of intersection is x is root 3, y is 1. Now, how to find the area? This area that you're trying to find out is very clearly bounded by the line, the circle, and the x-axis. Do you see that x-axis is a part of that? So it's bounded by the x-axis on one side. Whenever axis is involved, you simply add the two areas. How to add the two areas? So required area is equal to, you start from x equal to 0, you stop at x equal to 3 for the line. Plus you start from x equal to root 3, you stop at x equal to 2 for the circle. So y of circle. All of you clear? All of you clear? Please check, all of you. Y of line plus y of circle. How to find the y of line? The equation of line is x equal to root 3y. For line, x equal to root 3y implies y is equal to x by root 3. For circle, x squared plus y squared equal to 4. Y squared is 4 minus x squared, root of 4 minus x squared. I have written the equations for both the curves already in the diagram. So you substitute it, 0 to root 3 x by root 3 plus root 3 to 2 root of 2 squared minus x squared. Whenever you're trying to integrate the area under a circle, you always use root of a squared minus x squared. Substitute it. Integral is x squared by 2 from 0 to root 3. Substitute this, x by 2 root of a squared minus x squared plus a squared by 2 sine inverse x by a. Substitute the limits, root 3 to 2. What happens if I put root 3 here? Root 3 squared is 3. So 3 by 2. So that is 1 by root 3 into 3 by 2. This is the first part. When I put 0, it is 0, so I am not putting it. Plus. Now substitute 2. When I substitute 2 inside the square root, it is 0. But when I substitute 2 inside sine inverse, it is 1. So only that comes 2 sine inverse 1. 2 sine inverse 1. Then put root 3. If I substitute root 3, this is going to become root 3 by 2 minus root 3 by 2. And this is going to become 4 minus root 3 squared 3. 4 minus 3 is 1. So root 3 by 2 into 1 minus, because you are subtracting, no, upper limit minus lower limit. So when you do the second part, everything turns to minus. Minus 2. 4 by 2 is 2 sine inverse root 3 by 2. Okay, x is root 3. Now solve it. So this is going to be 3 and root 3 by 2. Sine inverse 1, pi by 2. Minus root 3 by 2. Sine inverse root 3 by 2, its angle pi by 3. Because sine pi by 3 is root 3 by 2. I can cancel root 3 by 2, root 3 by 2. 2 and 2 cancels. So pi minus 2 pi by 3. Answer is pi by 3 square units. So the importance is all of you must learn how to draw the diagram of a circle. For that, what did I say? They will only give you a circle with a center 0, 0 and radius, which is the right side. So what you must do, my dears, radius is going to be root of 4, which is 2. Root of 4, which is 2. Then the line, because it is passing through origin, don't waste your time. See, line through origin, simply draw a line through origin like this. Clear all of you? Any doubt in this? Please tell me. Okay, if it's clear, I am moving on to the next one. This time, it's not a question where they simply say, this is a circle, this is a line, this is an ellipse, something like that. Is collinearity a possible 5-mark question? Collinearity on what? What collinearity are you asking me? Are you asking collinearity of determinants? Something like that. So which concept are you asking? This is integrals only. Application of integrals only I am discussing. It is integral based questions only, right? Tomorrow we will do 3-mark questions of integrals. Okay. Now this is a type of question which belongs to a region. So whenever it is a region based question, you simply take it down and write it as equal to. And you can see that the coefficients of x squared and y squared are different. So it is not a circle. Circle will have same coefficients for x squared, y squared. Okay, not different. So when it is different, you just divide with the number on the right hand side and understand that it is an ellipse. When you divide with the number on the right hand side, you can see that it is an ellipse. So y square, x squared by 4 plus y squared by 36 equal to 1. So this looks like an ellipse with x-intercept 2 and y-intercept 6. So this ellipse is longer on y-axis. Do you see I've drawn the ellipse longer on y-axis, passing through x equal to 2 on x-axis and y equal to 6 on y-axis. Now the second one, all of you, second equation, 3x plus y equal to 6. So this is a straight line. Why? Because both x and y have power 1. If both x and y are power 2, it's either a circle or an ellipse. Circle will have same coefficients for x squared, y squared. Ellipse will have different coefficients for x squared and y squared. Okay, that's the way to identify circle and ellipse. Now this is a line because both x and y have power 1. Now this has a constant, so this line doesn't pass through origin. It has a constant called 6. Then the logic is simply draw a box and find out where does this line pass through on the axis. If x equal to 0, y is 6. If y equal to 0, x is 2. So it is clearly understood it passes through 0, 6 on y-axis and 2, 0 on x-axis. The same point where the ellipse is also passing. So it will always be like that only. When you talk about an ellipse and a line, most of the times the question is going to be like this only. The point where the ellipse passes the axis, the same point the line also crosses the axis. So I have drawn the ellipse, I have drawn the line. Now I want the region enclosed between the ellipse and the line. The region enclosed between the ellipse and the line. How to find it? So it is inside, it is not involved by an axis. It is not involved by an axis. So whenever it's not involved by an axis, the required area is always obtained by subtracting. Subtracting the upper region. Subtracting the upper region and the lower region. So this is what you must do. Upper minus the lower. Once again look at it. Subtract the upper region minus the lower one. Okay. So what should I write here now? My integration formula. Required area will start from x equal to 0. Will start from x equal to 0 and will stop at x equal to 2. Can you see that? It starts at x equal to 0. It stops at x equal to 2. The entire region is in the x-axis from 0 to 2. So x equal to 0 to x equal to 2. The upper curve is ellipse. You have to find the y of the ellipse. Minus 0 to 2, the y of line. Okay. The y of the ellipse, I have already calculated it here. All of your equation is there with me. You can easily calculate it. It is 3 root of 4 minus x squared. 0 to 2, 3 root of 4 is 2 squared minus x squared. Minus 0 to 2, line is 6 minus 3x. Y of line 6 minus 3x. You can easily rearrange the equation and get it. Okay, so you already know how to integrate root of a squared minus x squared. Yes, integrate it please all of you. So 3 out, x by 2 root of a squared minus x squared plus a squared by 2 sin inverse x by limit is 0 to 2 minus 6x minus 3x squared by 2 from 0 to 2. When you substitute 2, very clearly the square root term becomes 0 and the next term is going to become 2 sin inverse 2 by 2 which is 1. So 2 sin inverse 1. The lower limit is 0. When I substitute 0 here, this whole term is 0. When I substitute 0 here, this whole term is 0. So no need to substitute the 0 part. It becomes so easy. They are not going to ask you a very complicated integration for application of integrals. That age is gone. If you try to practice previous year questions, you will see very, very complicated integrals and application of integrals. That is the time when you had 6-mark questions for the last section, long answer. No case study at that time. So those will be very complicated. Please don't practice those previous year questions. This is the level of integration only that you need to practice. Okay, minus integral. Okay, substitute 2 here, you will get 12 minus 6. 12 minus 6. What happens if you put 0? Gone. Everything gone. So that is 3 into 2 pi by 2 minus 6. So it is 3 pi minus 6 square units. 3 pi minus 6 square units. All of you clear? Collinearity of 2 points. 2 points are always collinear, my dear. If you take 2 points, you can always draw a line between. Collinearity exists only for 3 points. 3 points are collinear if the direction ratios between any two of them is proportional to the direction ratio between any other two. That will not come for 5 marks and all. No worries. Okay. Is double circle questions? No. Double circle questions are not going to come. If they have to ask a question with double circles, then they have to change the center of the second circle from origin. So that will not be asked. That kind of a question is not expected for the boards. See, learn only circle line, ellipse line, parabola line, okay? Anything with respect to lines only is going to be the expected question. Okay, lines and any other curve. You are not expecting parabola with a circle, ellipse with a circle, circle with a circle. No. Okay, fine, good. Okay, fine. Moving on. Next question. This is also circle and line. All of you this time also, they are not giving the equation directly, they are giving it as a region. So x squared plus y squared equal to 4 will tell me that it is a circle with a radius 2 and center 0, 0. Center 0, 0, radius 2. So clearly I fix the circle with center 0, 0, radius 2. So point on x-axis 2, 0. Point on y-axis 0, 2. That's how I have drawn the circle. Any doubts? You can just check the diagram. Very clearly, I have drawn the circle fixing the center 0, 0 and radius 2 and 2. Okay. The next one is going to be a line, all of you. Line in the sense x plus y equal to 2. It's a line with a constant. Without a constant, passing through origin, simply draw it. But with a constant, you cannot simply draw it. Just check where on the axis does it cross. When x is 0, y is 2. When y is 0, x is 2. So the points where it crosses are 0, 2 and 2, 0. So the exact same points where the circle passes. So the point of intersection is already there. Okay, we don't have to calculate, it's already there. So what's the required region? The required region is this region that you see that I have highlighted. Do you see this region that I am highlighting? Sir, how did you get that region? How did you get that region? Very simple idea. I will check with respect to the origin. What I will do is, I will put the origin in these two equations and check whether origin is part of that equation or not. Once I put origin in the first equation, that is x is 0, y is 0, I get x squared. So 0 squared plus 0 squared is less than 4. Correct? 0 is less than 4. So I will shade. I know that I have to come inside the circle. When I saw that it is true, I have to come towards the origin for the circle. But when I put this with 0, 0, when I put this with 0, 0, I get 0 plus 0 greater than 2, which is false. So for this particular line, I cannot come towards the origin. I have to go away from the origin. So the other one was coming inside and this one was going outside. So where does these two coincide? Do you see that these two coincide inside this part of the region? That's why I shaded it. Because they haven't said it's enclosed inside the circle and the line. Just check. in the board exam, it's always good to check by simply put the origin and check. Okay, so it's like linear programming where you choose how to shade, same logic. Substitute the origin and check. So I saw that it is within the circle and the line. So how will I find the area not bounded by the axis but inside the two curves? Very clear. So my area is equal to, starting from x equal to 0 on x-axis to x equal to 2 on x-axis, y of circle. Yes, the area starts from origin on x-axis to 2 on x-axis. So 0 to 2, y of circle minus 0 to 2, y of line. 0 to 2, y of circle. So what is the y of circle? Very simple. Already the same equation. I'm using the same equation so that we can easily do it. Okay. And y of the line is 2 minus x. Okay. So I've clearly using the same equation throughout so that it's easy for us to calculate. Okay. So integrate it now. Oh, it's minus. It's minus here. Integrate x by 2 root of a squared minus x squared plus a squared by 2 sin inverse x by from 0 to 2 minus 2x minus x squared by 2 from 0 to 2. Substitute 2, 0 here. Substitute 2, sin inverse 1. Substitute 0, the whole thing is 0. Now substitute 2, 4 minus 2. I'm using the same value so it's easy to calculate. I'm just trying to teach you only what? How to draw the diagram, how to identify the region and how to shade it. Integration part is same everywhere, so I don't have to do it again and again to teach you that. So the answer is 2 into pi by 2 minus 2. So it's pi minus 2 square units. Simple answer? Yes. So very good, very good. I already got answers from Ashmita. Yes. Smriti, Hanna, Hridya. Very good, very good. Okay. Clear? Fine. Moving on. The next one is a question between two curves. One equation is given here like this and the other equation is given here like this. Okay, 4y is equal to 3x squared and 3x minus 2y plus 12 is equal to 0. How to identify what curve this is? We already saw three curves: circle, ellipse, line. Circle, when both the terms are x squared, y squared with same coefficients. X squared, y squared with different coefficients, ellipse. X and y with power 1 is line, and line passing through origin and line with not passing through origin with a constant. Okay, these are the different types of curves we saw. Now a curve which is having variable y with power 1 and variable x with power 2. It's a parabola. When variables have different powers, it's a parabola. But which parabola? Parabola could be symmetric on x-axis, parabola could be symmetric on y-axis. So parabola symmetric on y-axis is going to be having a y with power 1. So when the power of the variable is 1 on y, it's a parabola symmetric on y-axis. And that clearly is drawn on this diagram. Okay, parabola symmetric on y-axis. And they will always give you only parabolas with vertex at origin. The parabola that they ask in the exam are parabolas with vertex at origin. So you just draw a parabola with vertex at origin. Second one, don't you see that this is the equation of a line? Variable x, variable y with power 1 and constant. So it's a line not passing through origin, but you can fix the line by finding 2 points on the two axes. So see how I found out? I just used the box method. Yes, drawing the box, I found out the corresponding values of x and y. X is 0, y is 6. Y is 0, x is minus 4. So it is 0, 6 on x-axis, minus 4, 0 on 0, 6 on y-axis, minus 4, 0 on x-axis. You can clearly see that I have already highlighted those 2 points here. Yes, minus 4, 0 on x-axis, 0, 6 on y-axis, and I have drawn a line for that 2 points. So the 2 curves are ready. Now you can see that the 2 curves are intersecting at 2 distinct points A and B. How to get them? By solving the 2 equations. We already saw that in the first question. How to find the point of intersection of the 2 curves? Solve the 2 equations. 4y equals 3x squared. So this equation is 3x minus 2y plus 12 equal to 0. So 6x minus 4y plus 24 equal to 0. Substitute 4y. 6x minus 3x squared plus 24 equal to 0. Fine? Clear, all of you? Now you can divide with 3 throughout. You get 2x minus x squared plus 8 is equal to 0. Rearrange. X squared minus 2x minus 8 is equal to 0. Factorize it. X minus 4 into x plus 2 equal to 0. The values of x are 4 and negative 2. See, to find this area with respect to x-axis, I don't need the value of y. You need not find the value of y. The value of x is enough. I got the one value of x as minus 2, the other value of x as minus 2 and 4. That's enough, my dears. So I will say my area which is bounded inside the 2 curves, not by the axis, inside the 2 curves. So I will say area equal to from minus 2 up to 4. From minus 2 up to 4. The first upper one is the line minus 2 up to 4 y parabola. Y line minus y parabola. What is y line here? From the equation, find out what is y line. Y line is 3x plus 12 divided by 2. Okay? And y parabola is 3 by 4 x squared. The integration becomes difficult only if circle and ellipse is involved in the question. But if it is parabola and line, integration is very easy. So what is the integral for this? 1 by 2, 3x squared by 2 plus 12x from minus 2 to 4 minus 3 by 4 x cubed by 3 from minus 2 to 4. 3 and 3 you can cancel here itself. So now substitute, you get 1 by 2, 3x squared. So 3 by 2, 3x squared by 2 would be 3 into 16 by 2 plus 12 fours are 48. Okay, minus 3 into 4 by 2 minus 24. Okay, then minus 1 by 4, 4 cube is 64, minus 2 cube is plus 8. Okay, so your answer is, this is going to become 8. So 1 by 2 into 8 3s are 24, 24 plus 48, 72. Okay, this is again cancelled, it's 2 here. 6 minus 24 is minus 18, so plus 18. Now this is going to become minus 1 by 4 into 72. So 72 plus 18, it's 90 by 2, 45. Minus 72 by 4, it's 18. So 45 minus 18, it's 27. 27 square units. That's the area enclosed inside the line and the parabola. So the logic is very simple. Whenever you want to draw a line with the constant, use the box method to find 2 points on the axis. Extend the line as much as possible. Don't stop in between. Extend the, see, I have extended the blue line from the point on here. See, how much ever you want to extend. Okay, extend how much ever you want. Make sure that an area is bounded inside. It's no open area. It should be bounded inside. Okay, everybody clear? Yes, 27, 27, 27, 27, 27. Beautiful. Already answers came here faster than me. Very good. Okay, fine. Moving on to the next one, my dears. Okay, now this one is again a line and a parabola, but this time the line is not given as equation of a line, but instead as a modulus. So when the line is given as a modulus, there's a slight difference. The difference is this one, y, x squared equal to y, represents a parabola, no doubts. X squared equal to y represents a parabola on y axis because the power of y is 1. So it's a parabola symmetric on y axis, drawn already. Next one, y equal to mod x. Y equal to mod x says that it could be y equal to positive x and or y equal to negative x. Both are there. How will you draw this? It's a modulus. Modulus functions are always V-shaped. And all modulus functions have a vertex. How to find the vertex of a modulus function? Very simple to find the vertex of a simple modulus function. If y equals 0, if y equals 0, x is also 0. So my vertex is 0, 0. Very simple. Put y equal to 0, then you get the value of x. And that will give you the vertex of the modulus function, the V shape. So with that, I am drawing my diagram very, very clearly. Parabola symmetric on y-axis. Modulus V-shaped with the vertex at origin. See that? And this too helps me to identify that I have a region inside like this. Do you see that? My region is inside this. Yes or no? And that is going to tell me that both of them look exactly symmetrical because the modulus function and the parabola both have the same vertex and both are symmetrical functions. Parabola and modulus have the same vertex, both of them look symmetrical, so my required area need not be calculated as a whole. It's enough to take one part and do it 2 times. So required area is actually 2 times the one area. 2 times, both of them are symmetrical. So how to find the point of intersection here? How to find the point of intersection A? You can just check that this line over here represents the negative of the parabola, modulus, and this line over here represents the positive of the modulus. So because that is positive part, you can substitute y equal to x in y equal to x squared. So x equal to x squared, x equal to 1 is the point of intersection of both the curves. So you will say that required area is going to be bounded from 0 on x-axis to 1 on x-axis by the line minus 0 to 1 by the y of parabola. Y of line minus y of parabola. What's the y of line? X. And what's the y of parabola? X squared. So integrate x squared by 2 from 0 to 1. X cubed by 3 from 0 to 1. Substitute 1 by 2 minus 1 by 3. That is 1 by 6. It's a very famous question, parabola modulus. Parabola modulus, all of you. Some of you got 1 by 3, check. It's 1 by 6. 1 by 2 minus 1 by 3. It's 1 by 6 square units. Please check your answer. Okay? All of you very clear on how to draw a modulus graph and how to draw a parabola. And when both of them have the same vertex, which is obviously the question they're going to ask for 5 marks, you simply have to do a symmetrical area. Simply have to do a symmetrical area. Okay? Moving on. Next one. Yes. Question based on area of a triangle. Anticipated because last year they asked in one of the regions. Not though in our region. One of the regions they asked it. This is a question. I purposefully picked this question to do 2 objectives. One, we have been doing all the questions by finding the area with respect to x-axis. We have not even done a single question with respect to y-axis. Sir, when should I do an area with respect to y-axis and when should I do an area with respect to x-axis? In all these questions, you can see that the required area that you are calculating are all of them staying above the x-axis. Above the x-axis. So I can always find the area with respect to x-axis, because until and unless they mention to do it with y, any area staying above x-axis can be done with respect to x. But if they tell us to do it with respect to y, only then we are supposed to do it. Okay? But now we are all doing a questions based on with respect to x. Now do you see that I found out a triangle whose area goes below x-axis. Okay? Okay. 1 minute. I forgot to put that 2. Yes. Thank you. So I forgot to put a 2 in this. Thank you, my dear. So when 2 comes, so this 2 is going to make the difference here. Thank you. So 2 into 1 by 6, which is 1 by 3 square units. Okay, double the area, right? I'm sorry, I forgot to put the 2 over there. So 2 into 1 by 6, which is 1 by 3. Okay, thank you, my dears. My students are always excellent. Okay, fine. Thank you. So all of you look at this. Now we are trying to find the area bounded by the lines. Okay, now lines, 3 lines always make a triangle. How to get the 3 lines? You have to solve the equations. First equation, x plus 2y equal to 2. Second equation, y minus x. So I'll write it as x minus y. X minus y is equal to minus 1. Third equation, 2x plus y equal to 7. This is equation number 1. This is equation number 2. This is equation number 3. I will solve 1 and 2. I'm not showing it here. By system of simultaneous equations, solve 1 and 2. When you solve 1 and 2, that is x plus 2y is equal to 2, x plus 2y equal to 2, and x minus y, if you solve 1 and 2, you get the point of intersection called 0, 1. So 0, 1 is a point of intersection obtained by solving equation 1 and 2. Okay, solve 2 and 3. By method of simultaneous equations, solve 2 and 3, which is x minus y and 2x plus y. So you will get the point of intersection as 4 and minus 1. Now you have to solve 1 and 3. When you solve 1 and 3, the point of intersection is 2, 3. That's why I kept these points ready with me so I can easily do it. Okay, now solve the 2 equations 2 one by one, get the pairs, get the point of intersection. Do you see that, my dears? I have first marked the points on the graph. The 3 points that we got, 0, 1, 4, minus 1 and 2, 3, I have marked on the graph. I joined them and I saw that my required area is a triangle, but the area is going below the x-axis. Do you see here? The area is going below the x-axis over here. When it goes below the x-axis, you cannot do it with respect to x until and unless it is symmetrical. It's not symmetrical, definitely not symmetrical. So I cannot do it with respect to x-axis. I will do it with respect to y, my dears. I will do it with respect to y, my dears. How to do it with respect to y? First of all, I know 0 and 1 is obtained by 1 and 2. Okay? And 2 and 3 gives me 4 and minus 1. So I can easily tell that this equation is common between 0, 1 and 4 minus 1. Which equation? Equation number 2 is common between 0, 1 and 4 minus 1. So you write that equation between 0, 1 and 4 minus 1. Which equation number 2? Okay, so write like that, you create the triangle with the correct equation on it. Now, how to find the area? How to find the area? Area with respect to y-axis, my dears. Area with respect to y-axis. Can you see that it is starting at y is equal to minus 1, going to y is equal to 1, and then going to y is equal to 3. So you say it is going to be from minus 1 to 3 of BC. Minus 1 to 3 of BC. Minus 1 to 1 of, not BC, okay, AC. AC. And 1 to 3 of AB. You see that this entire line, let me show this, okay, all of you please look at it, this entire line minus this area minus this area. Area under the pink line minus area under this minus area under this. Then I will get the area of this region. Clear all of you? All of you once again. Okay? All of you clear? All of you once again. Now, what to write here now? Write the equation of BC in terms of y, because we are doing with respect to y, right? In terms of y, 7 minus y by 2. AC, 2 minus 2y. Okay? AB, y minus 1. So you have to write everything in terms of y, my dears. Integrate with respect to y. 7y minus y squared by 2 from minus 1 to 3. 2y minus y squared from minus 1 to 1. Y squared by 2 minus y from 1 to 3. Okay, substitute the limits. 21 minus 9 by 2 minus 7y minus 1 by 2. Correct? Minus 7 minus 1 by 2. Subtract. Put 2 into 1 minus 2 minus 4. So 2 minus 1 minus minus 2 minus 1. Okay? Then minus 9 by 2 minus 3 minus 1 by 2 minus 1. Okay? Simplify. 21 plus 7, 28, minus 9 by 2 plus 1 by 2 minus 4, minus 2 minus 1, 1 plus 3, okay, minus 9 by 2 minus 1 by 2, 4, minus 3 plus 1 minus 2, okay. So 28 minus 4, 24 by 2, 12, minus 3 plus 1, 4, 4 minus 2, 2. So total answer is 6 square units. 6 square units. All of you, once again, the purpose of doing this question is, you are finding an area which is going below the, x-axis. For that, what did I do? I simply did it with respect to y. That's all. Okay? Clear all of you? I hope this question is very, very clear. Yes or no? Next, same question, but this time instead of giving the equation, they are giving you the points. So I'm not going to do the entire solution. I'll just tell you how to find the equation. but this time my area is not going below the x-axis. It is staying above the x-axis. And because it is staying above the x-axis, you just have to integrate with respect to x. Okay, how to find the equation of the line when 3 points are given to you? You just have to use the 2 points formula from 11th standard straight lines chapter. 2 points formula: y minus y1 by y2 minus y1, x minus x1 by x2 minus x1. So when you draw the diagram, you draw it neatly, just find the equation between the 2 points by using the 2 points formula. So AB, I got the equation, BC, I got the equation, AC, I got the equation. So my required area is going to be integral starting from -1. This is with respect to x, my dears, not y, because this area is not going below the x-axis. So -1 up to 1, okay, of AB plus 1 to 3 of BC minus -1 to 3 of AC. Do you see that I adding the area under AB under BC? I am adding the area under AB and under BC, all of you. Okay, and then I am subtracting the area under AC. So I will get these two, but I will remove these two. That's the expression. Simply integrate it. Not going to do it. All of you listen very carefully. When 3 points are given, draw the diagram. Use 2 points formula to get the equation between both the points. And this time I am doing it with respect to x. So I wrote y is equal to, y is equal to, y is equal to, and I am integrating in what way? Area under AB, area under BC, minus area under AC. All of you clear? Yes? Any doubts? Please tell me, my dears. Any doubts? Please tell me, all of you. Same type, but I wanted to remind you what happens if the question was asked with the 3 points, my dears. Okay. Fine. Next one. This one came in our region last year, but with a circle type question. So I took a question with respect to parabola this time. All of you, I hope you can see the diagram. This question has not given me any numbers. It's a parabola, symmetric on x-axis. And this is a straight line without a constant, so passing through origin. So I know that this is origin. But I need to find this point where the line passes the parabola. So what I'll do, I will substitute and check what is this x value. Only the x value. So y is 4mx. So y squared is equal to 16ax. Y is equal to 4mx. So 16m squared x squared is equal to 16ax. So x is equal to a by m squared. Enough. X is equal to a by m squared. X is equal to a by m squared. That's enough. Now how to find the area enclosed inside two curves? Very simple. Yes. How to find the area enclosed inside two curves? Starting from 0, stopping at a by m squared, y of parabola, because parabola is on the top, minus starting from 0 up to a by m squared, y of line. But this area is given to me in the question. It is a squared by 12. Area enclosed inside is given by area a squared. Normally the question is find the area. Now they are giving me the area and they ask me find the value of m. Last time it was a question based on circle and a line. Now so we are not anticipating circle and a line this time. It's parabola line. I am putting it over here. So what is the y of parabola? Y of parabola is 4 root a integral 0 to a by m squared root x dx minus 0 to a by m squared y of line 4mx, which is equal to a squared by 12. So let's solve it, my dears. Integral of root x is 2 by 3 x raised to 3 by 2, 0 to a by m squared, minus 4m is a constant into x squared by 2 is the integral, 0 to a by m squared, equal to a squared by 12. Substitute the upper limit only because lower limit is 0. So 8 root a by 3 into a by m squared raised to 3 by 2. So it's going to be a root a by m cube, because the square root of a cubed 3 by 2 means square root of a cubed. So it's going to be a root a. And m squared, square root is m, so m cubed, minus 4m by 2 is 2m. Substitute that square here, you will get a squared by m squared, m raised to 4 equal to a squared by 12. Okay, you can simply cancel m and become m cubed here. This also you can make it as a squared here. So it's going to be 8 by 3m cubed, 8 by 3m cubed a squared minus 2a squared by m cubed equal to a squared by 12. A squared cancels everywhere. So LCM is 3m cubed. So you will get 8 minus 6 equal to 1 by 12. So cancel this. 4 2s are 8 equal to m cube. M is equal to 2. M is equal to 2. All of you clear? This is how you do a question based on finding an unknown value called m. Finding an unknown value called m. All of you anticipated, so please study this question. Anticipated, once again, go through the video. If you have to go through it slowly, please go through the video once again and watch it, my dears. Next, look at this. Okay, this is the last question in application of integrals. This is a type of question which I purposefully took because there are some questions where they ask you square root. We don't have square root in functions. So whenever a square root question comes, you simply square and check. You get the actual curve. So what is the actual curve you got? It's a parabola. It's a parabola on y-axis. It's a parabola on y-axis. The next one is a line with a constant. And you know, so many questions we did now, how to draw a line with a constant simply by finding the first point on y-axis, second point on x-axis, draw the line straight away and you can see that. But my dears, though it's a parabola on y-axis, sir, why did you draw only half parabola? What is the remaining half? This is something very important you have to note. Diagram carries marks. By mistake, if you draw the full parabola, okay, you will get the answer wrong because you get this unwanted area also. Also, you must understand you are not supposed to draw the whole parabola because when a square root question comes from which you square and find out that it is parabola, or you square and find out that it is circle, or you square and find out it is an ellipse, always draw only half of that. Which half? They said positive, so only draw the positive half. Please keep in mind, it's very important. You people neglect these kind of small things and lose that marks in the exam. Whenever a square root comes, you square and find out, because you don't have square root functions in application of integrals. You square and find out what actually the curve represents. And then what must you do? You must draw only half of that curve. If they say positive half, draw only positive. If they say negative half, draw only the negative. And then only find the region according to that. So line minus parabola. Both the curves are there, right? Line minus parabola. This you can do. No problem. Point of intersection, everything is ready with us. Everybody can do it, right? Yes or no? Did everybody understand, my dears? Please on the chat box, did you understand the concept of drawing half the diagram, not the full diagram? And when you have to draw half, when you have to draw full? Everybody on the chat box, please, my dears. Please stay energetic. Everybody on the chat box, yes or no, please, my dears. Yes, with this, I am winding up applications of integrals, all the 5-mark questions. Understand, I have spent almost 3 hours and 15 minutes on 5-mark questions. That's important to make sure that 20 marks are in our pocket. You have to practice these questions, my dears. This patterns you keep in mind, you will get it, my dears. I am pretty sure you will get all the 4 questions from what I have discussed today. Okay, fine. So next I am moving on to the differentiation topic. Okay, differentiation 3 marks, my dears. 3-mark questions on continuity and differentiability. Differentiation topic, my dears. Okay, now differentiation, look at the first question I am writing on the board. Differentiation, I will not say the formulas, I'll keep on differentiating. Learning the formulas is your headache, my dears. So y is equal to x into sine inverse x by root of 1 minus x squared. The problem with this question is, if you straight away find the derivative, you will be seeing a product and a quotient rule together. Please, for this kind of logic, before starting the derivative, what I normally do is, I'll take the denominator to the left side. So y into root of 1 minus x squared is equal to x into sine inverse x. Now differentiate both sides. Now it's only product rule on both sides. So instead of doing a product and a quotient rule I hate. So I normally don't like quotient rule. I take an equation and make it as a product rule directly. Okay, and then I differentiate both sides. Product rule, dy by dx, root of 1 minus x squared, plus y into derivative of root f, 1 by 2 root 1 minus x squared, derivative of 1 minus x squared minus 2x. Chain rule, root of 1 minus x squared, 1 by 2 root 1 minus x squared, derivative of 1 minus x squared minus 2x, equal to product rule, 1 into sine inverse x plus x into 1 by root of 1 minus x squared. The question says only about dy by dx, nothing else. I have done it. Now just rearrange it. Just multiply root 1 minus x squared throughout. Root 1 minus x squared, please multiply throughout. You get dy by dx into root 1 minus x squared, root 1 minus x squared is 1 minus x squared, minus xy, root 1 minus x squared by root 1 minus x squared, gone. Sine inverse x into root 1 minus x squared plus x. Now look at what I need to get. I got the left hand side perfect. Now take the rearrangement of the right hand side. Okay, so dy by dx into 1 minus x squared. Take minus xy to the other side, get plus xy. And then sine inverse x. Please substitute sine, because in the final answer, I don't need sine inverse x. So substitute sine inverse x from here. So if you substitute sine inverse x from here, you get y into root 1 minus x squared divided by x. Okay, and then you have another root 1 minus x squared here plus x. Okay, so dy by dx into 1 minus x squared equals xy plus y into 1 minus x squared divided by x plus x. Okay, that is equal to xy plus, multiply y inside, you get y by x minus y x squared by x, which is yx, plus x cancels, so you get y by x plus x. So that's the answer for the proof. Done. So once the derivative is done, look at what you need. I don't want sine inverse x. So I just substituted sine inverse x from the question. I rearranged it. Answer is ready. Applying log, it makes more lengthy, my dear. It's okay, but applying log makes it more lengthy. Okay. This one. Another simple type. Tan inverse cos x by 1 plus sine. See, this is actually a 2-mark question. And why I am doing this here is, the pattern on the board is, either it's going to be 3 AODs for 2 marks and 1 differentiation for 3 marks. Or they can slightly change it. They can make 2 AOD and 1 differentiation and 1 3-mark AOD. Got it? So that 3-mark AOD is going to be increasing, decreasing, which we will be discussing tomorrow. AOD questions will come tomorrow. Okay, so that's why I put this 2-mark simple type inverse trigonometric forms also. So next, my dears, for doing all these questions, I wanted to revise certain formulas. Sin x, 2 sin x by 2 cos x by 2. 1 plus cos x, 2 cos squared x by 2. 1 minus cos x, 2 sin squared x by 2. Okay, this is one set. Together study it. Then cos x, cos squared x by 2 minus sin squared x by 2. 1 plus sin x, cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2 squared. 1 minus sin x, cos x by 2 minus sin x by 2 squared. It's better if you memorize these forms, because these forms normally come in differentiation and in integration. They always come together. That's why the one box, 2 formulas, one box, 2 formulas, they are always clubbed together and they are asked. So it's better you learn this. Okay, fine. All of you, so based on that logic, we'll try to solve this question. Tan inverse, so I'm calling it as y cos x by 1 plus sin x. So when you see cos x and 1 plus sin x, you can see the formula over here. Tan inverse cos squared x by 2 sin squared x by 2 by cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2 squared. Tan inverse of a squared minus b squared, a plus b into a minus b, whole divided by cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2 squared. Can I cancel this in the numerator and denominator? So it's going to be tan inverse of cos x by 2 minus sin x by 2 by cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2. For this, I am giving you 2 more forms. This is also very important for us. Pi by 4 minus a tan pi by 4 plus a. 1 minus tan a by 1 plus tan a. 1 minus tan a by 1 plus tan a, and this is 1 plus tan a by 1 minus tan a. Okay, 2 more forms which are very important for us. If you divide numerator and denominator with the cos, I will get this. Divide by cos x by 2. If you divide with cos a, I will get the same form that you see there. You will get this as 1 minus tan x by 2, 1 plus tan x by 2, which is easily tan pi by 4 minus x by 2. Correct? So what is your y, my dears? Pi by 4 minus x by 2. Then what is the derivative of y? Pi by 4 is a constant. Your answer is minus half. Your answer is minus half. Clear? All of you? Please check, my dears. It's very, very important to do it. Okay? It's very, very important to do it. Very, very important that you learn all these formulas. You need this for differentiation and integration. You need this for differentiation and integration. So please study them very well, my dears. Very well. Next question. See? Question based on the same pattern. So I like to do questions based on the same pattern because most of you forget all these identities of trigonometry. Normal derivatives everybody will do. Trigonometry based everybody will forget, my dears. Okay? So, yes, you have to differentiate after that. After that you have to differentiate. So just check it, all of you. This one again, substitute 1 plus sin x. When you substitute 1 plus sin x, it's cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2 squared. So root and squared. So cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2. Then root 1 minus sin x. Cos x by 2 minus sin x by 2. Whole divided by, again, cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2 minus cos x by 2 minus sin x by 2. Positive, negative. Positive, negative. Answer. Tan inverse of cos x by 2, cos x by 2, 2 cos x by 2. Sin x by 2, sin x by 2, 2 sin x by 2. Again 2 cancels. Tan inverse of cot x by 2. But I can't cancel tan inverse and cot. For that, you must know the identity that cot A is tan pi by 2 minus A. Complementary form of cot. Complementary form of cot, my dears. Cot A is tan pi by 2 minus A. So if I use that here, I can write cot x by 2 as tan pi by 2 minus A, which is pi by 2 minus x by 2. So what is my answer here? Pi by 2 minus x by 2. That is your y. Therefore, derivative dy by dx. Derivative of pi by 2, 0. Minus 1 by 2. Answer is minus 1 by 2. Again, yes, same thing is happening, right? So these questions are very, very common. Okay, so you must be ready with these kind of questions for 2 marks. Okay. Next, another trigonometry based creative question. Okay, I saw sin inverse, but this kind of exponential forms comes inside. Remember that you have 3 forms of tan in double angles. All the double angles. Sin 2a, 2 tan a by 1 plus tan squared a. Cos 2a, 1 minus tan squared a by 1 plus tan squared a. Then tan 2a, 2 tan a by 1 minus tan squared a. 2 tan a by 1 minus tan squared a. These are all the double angle forms. These are all the double angle forms of tan. Okay, sin 2a, cos 2a, tan 2a. Just compare which form matches this exponential form. Keep in mind, the logic is to look outside. Outside is sin, then sin 2a. Outside is cos, then cos 2a. Outside is tan, then tan 2a. So whenever you see these exponential forms inside like this, it's always this logic. But how to make a substitution for this? That's confusing. So all of you take what is inside the bracket. 2 raised to x plus 1, 3 raised to x. 36, we want denominator as a square. So 36 is actually 6 squared. So 6 raised to x squared. 36 is 6 raised to x squared. Right answer coming from Hisham, Ashmita, Magashri, Venkata. Very good. Okay. So denominator is 6 raised to x. The numerator also should be 6 raised to x. So for that, understand 2 raised to x plus 1 is 2 raised to x, 2 raised to 1, 3 raised to x. Yes. Now 2 raised to x, 3 raised to x is 6 raised to x divided by 1 plus 6 raised to x. Now doesn't this looks like 2 into 6 raised to x by 1 plus 6 raised to x squared, and it perfectly matches this form. So now I got my substitution. I will put 6 raised to x as tan theta. Yes, 6 raised to x as tan theta. So what will be my expression, all of you? My expression is going to be y is equal to sin inverse of 2 tan theta by 1 plus tan squared theta. And that is equal to sin inverse of sin 2 theta. Sin and sin inverse cancels. It is 2 theta. What is theta? From this, theta is tan inverse 6 raised to x. Theta is what? Tan inverse 6 raised to x. Not 6x, 6 raised to x. Okay. Now differentiate, all of you. Now differentiate dy by dx. dy by dx. Same pattern with exponential forms. So many questions are there. I have put all of that in the revision worksheets which we have sent you. You can just practice that again and again. Okay. So logic is very clear. So derivative is, what's the derivative of tan inverse? 1 by 1 plus x squared into derivative of 6 raised to x. That is 6 raised to x log 6. 6 raised to x log 6. So your answer is ready. 2 into 6 raised to x log 6 by 1 plus 36 raised to x. 6 squared is 36, right? Yes. Your answer is ready. All of you clear? Very good question for 3 marks. Very good question for 3 marks, this pattern, my dears. So please study it. Derivative of tan inverse x is 1 by 1 plus x squared, but there is a quotient rule, so you will put that. So chain rule is derivative of 6 raised to x is 6 raised to x log 6. All of you. Is clear? Yes. Can I get a very quick response in the chat box, all of you? Okay, this is a very famous question. You might have done this so many times in class also. I will redo it again for students who have not practiced it yet. Okay, it's a very, very common question, but very important as well. What is it? It's x into root of 1 plus y into root of 1 plus x equal to 0. You have to find dy by dx. You have to find dy by dx. So many of you start differentiating directly, but it's very complicated. Don't do that. First make a small rearrangement. Rearrangement in the sense, I will write it as y, it's a special differentiation question, a unique one. Y root 1 plus x equals minus x root 1 plus y. Square both sides. Y squared 1 plus x squared 1 plus y. Open the bracket. Y squared plus xy squared, x squared plus x squared y. Like I said, collect the like terms. Xy squared minus x squared y, x squared minus y squared. Take common xy, y minus x. So this is x minus y into x plus y. I am able to cancel, but I have to take a minus out. We know that x is not equal to y, so I can cancel these two. X minus y cancels. So I got minus xy equal to x plus y. So the complication of the expression is being reduced. That's why. Now collect the x terms or collect the y terms, my dears. So minus x is equal to y plus xy. Minus x is equal to y into 1 plus x. So y is equal to minus x by. So I simply found y so that I can differentiate it fast. Simple rearrangement technique. Take one term to the other side, square both sides, open brackets, collect the like terms, cancel common terms. You will get an expression where you can simply isolate y. Okay? So what is dy by dx? Quotient rule, denominator squared. Denominator squared. Numerator is going to be minus 1 into 1 plus x minus x into 1. Okay? So minus 1 minus x, 1 minute. Derivative of x is minus 1 into 1 plus x minus x. So plus x, I'm sorry, this is plus x. So plus x by 1 plus x squared. Because quotient rule is minus of minus, no? So it's going to be cancelling off. So it's going to be minus 1 by 1 plus x squared. Easy derivative. Yes, easy derivative. So once you made the rearrangement, derivative become easy. So you just got it right away. Okay? All of you clear? Please respond, my dears. If there is any confusion, please tell me. A simple rearrangement technique, my dears. A simple rearrangement technique. Yeah, you can do it, but the level of differentiation will become complex because if they did not ask me to prove, it's okay. You can do it in whatever way you want. But since they asked me to prove, I have to get to that final answer. So I have to find an easy way to get to that final answer. That's why I am asking you to rearrange, my dears. This is not 2 mark. This is a perfect 3 mark question. See, perfect 3 mark question for differentiation is normally going to be a proof question only. A proof question is only expected. Next one. This is another proof type question. Here, a small substitution is required. I will put x is equal to sine alpha, y is equal to sine beta. Because I see root of 1 minus x squared, root of 1 minus y squared. I can make an easy simplification if I use this substitution. So root of 1 minus sine squared alpha, root of 1 minus sine squared beta, a into sine alpha minus sine beta. So if you see an expression like this, there is another question like this, where they say 1 minus x raised to 6, 1 minus y raised to 6 equals a into x cube minus y cube. Same thing. You put x cube as sine alpha and y cube as sine beta. X cube as sine alpha, y cube as sine beta. So whenever you see an expression like this, put sine alpha, sine beta. So root of 1 minus sine square alpha, cos beta, a into sine alpha minus, these are CD formulas of 11th standard, cos C plus cos D, 2 cos C plus D by 2, cos C minus D by 2. Sin C minus sin D, 2 cos C plus D by 2, sin C minus D by 2, cancel throughout. You can clearly see that cos alpha minus beta by 2, sin alpha minus beta by 2. So you get A is equal to cot alpha minus beta by 2. cos by sine, cot. So A is a constant, okay, cot, I can bring cot to the left side. I can say cot inverse A, and the 2 also comes, 2 cot inverse A equals alpha minus beta. And now alpha is sine inverse x, beta is sine inverse y, and the left hand side is a constant. Now differentiate, my dears. Now please differentiate both sides. See, the substitutions and the simplifications I am showing you to make the derivative part easy. If you directly differentiate also, you can prove that, but it's too long. That's why I am putting a simple substitution. So differentiate both sides. The derivative of a constant on the left side is 0. Derivative of sine inverse x, 1 by root of 1 minus x squared. Derivative of sine inverse y, 1 by root of 1 minus y squared into derivative of y, because you're doing it with respect to x. Chain rule. Yes? Class, we'll be finishing by 9 o'clock, no problem. I will not go beyond 9. How much ever finishes by 9, I'll stop there. I'll not go beyond 9, no worries, okay? Fine. So we'll just rearrange it. All of you, when you rearrange this, 1 by root of 1 minus y squared dy by dx equal to 1 by root of 1 minus x squared. So what is dy by dx? Root of 1 minus y squared by root of 1 minus x squared. That's what we need. All of you clear? All of you clear, my dears? Please look at it. Simple substitutions. Simple substitutions, please keep in mind. Very good. Okay, fine. Next, this one. Please, you have done a textbook question based on this. If you do it in the same logic, you will be in big trouble. Okay, this is not the same logic. Please listen very carefully. Y raised to x, e raised to y minus x. It's a perfect question with logarithmic methods. Apply log on both sides. Yes, you have done this question in class. Apply log on both sides. So log y raised to x, log e raised to y minus x. What is the property of log for y raised to x? X into log y. Then y minus x into log e. What's log e? Log of the Euler's constant log e, 1. So x log y equals y minus x. So I'll take the x to the left side. X log y plus x equal to y. X common out. Log y plus 1 equal to y. My expression is x is equal to log y by. See that this complete function is in terms of y. Please remember, this is one very important technique in differentiation. There are certain differentiation questions where the complete expression comes in terms of y equal to x. So when this kind of questions, yes, it's in terms of y. Do not find dy by dx. You have to differentiate with respect to y and find dx by dy. Then you might ask, sir, they want dy by dx. Why are you finding dx by dy? Please keep in mind, when your function is completely in terms of y, you have to differentiate it with respect to y, not x. Very, very important. Sir, how did you get log y in the numerator? Oh, sorry, there's only y. My bad. There is only y. Thank you. Oh, there is log y, no? No log. There's only y. Thank you. Okay, fine. So when completely everything is in terms of y, do it in terms of y itself. Differentiate with respect to y and find dx by dy. So what is dx by dy? Quotient rule, denominator squared. Yes. What is the derivative of the numerator part then? Dy by dx. No, dy with respect to y, right? When with respect to y, derivative y is 1. 1. See, when you're differentiating with respect to y takes the role of x and x takes the role of y. In normal differentiation, whatever happens to x happens to y, and whatever happens to y happens to x, my dears. That's what you should keep in mind. So derivative of y is not dy by dx, it's 1 because you're doing it with respect to y. So dy by dy is 1 minus y into derivative of log y is 1 by y. These two cancels. So it's going to be log y plus 1 minus 1 by log y plus 1 squared. Plus 1 minus 1 cancels. You get log y by log y plus 1 squared. So I want dy by dx. So you just take the reciprocal. Therefore dy by dx is equal to log y plus 1 squared divided by log y. Log y plus 1 squared divided by log y. I got the answer. So please, it's a very, very important pattern for 3 mark. They could ask you to differentiate with respect to y. Ask you to differentiate with respect to y because the complete function is in terms of y. Okay. Next, look at this. Some huge powers of x and y. Apply log x raised to 16, y raised to 9. X squared plus y raised to 17. Apply log, so it's going to be 16 log x plus 9 log y. 17 log x squared plus y. Okay? Now differentiate with respect to x. Differentiate with respect to x. Derivative of log x, 1 by x. Derivative of log y, 1 by y, dy by dx. 17. Derivative of log x squared plus y, 1 by x squared plus y. Into what is the derivative of x squared plus y? Derivative of x squared is 2x. Derivative y is dy by dx. So I just took the derivative as usual. Okay. And then now, my dears, we are going to collect the terms of dy by dx. So please open the bracket on the right side. You will get 34x by x squared plus y. 17 plus 17 dy by dx divided by x squared plus y. Now collect the terms with the dy by dx. So 9y minus 17 by x squared plus y. The terms with the dy by dx. 34x divided by x squared plus y minus 16 by x. The terms without dy by dx. Okay? The terms without dy by dx. Take LCM left side. 9x squared plus y minus 17y divided by y into x squared plus y. Right side also take LCM. Leave the dy by dx out. Take LCM on the right side as well. It's going to be x into x squared plus y. So 34x squared minus 16 into x squared plus y. X squared plus y cancels on both sides. Now open the numerator, 9x squared plus 9y minus 17y divided by y equals dy by dx into 34x squared minus 16x squared minus 16y divided by x. 9x squared, 9y minus 17y. 9x squared minus 8y divided by y. Okay? 34x squared minus 16x squared is 18x squared minus 16y divided by x. On the right side, 2 is common. On the right side, 2 is common. So you have 9x squared minus 8y divided by x. Cancel, cancel. Yes, so that 2 will come here and become 2y in the denominator, x to the numerator. So dy by dx is equal to x by 2y, or x into dy by dx equal to 2y. Okay? Oh, it's actually some mistake in the question here. So it's x 2y by x, okay? There's a printing mistake. This is x by 2y, something in the printing mistake here. But this is the right answer. I think I have not done any mistake in the simplification part. 35x squared minus 16x squared minus 16y. So it's 18x squared minus 16y. I have not done, so it's the correct one only. So I think it's a printing mistake in the question. I took dy by dx in the wrong side. Oh, okay, fine. My dy by dx went on the wrong side. Just a minute, my dears. 1 minute. Okay, so dy by dx went to the wrong side. So this should have been over here. Okay, fine. So this is your dy by dx. And this is going to be 2 into 9x squared minus 8y by x. Okay, that's right then. So dy by dx is equal to 2y by x. Yes, so that's right. That's right. Thank you. Wrong side dy by dx. Okay. So I wrote it here right, but when I wrote it there, by mistake I took it to the wrong side. Okay, so this is a simplification. Again, a very good question for 3 marks. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to stop the discussion here. Okay, I have like 2-3 questions more of differentiation, which we will continue tomorrow. So tomorrow we don't have much higher level questions to do other than integration. Okay, so we have very simple concepts only to do tomorrow. So tomorrow we can finish this. We have LPP, differential equations, everything like 2-3 questions only we have to do. Not like we have to discuss so much. Only integration we have to do much more. But we will be discussing AOD, very important. Integration, very important. Tomorrow's session. I want everybody to be present tomorrow, like today, to get the AOD and integration covered tomorrow. LPP, probability, will be coming tomorrow also. Okay, so I want all of you to attend tomorrow. But tomorrow we'll come back again on the marathon, 5 to 9. Till then, see you, my dears. And as usual, morning there will be revision classes for you, all of you. Please try to come morning. If you have any doubts, I'll be available for doubt clarification tomorrow morning also. Thank you, my dears. Good night. And being patient, hearing was very nice. So please, thank you, all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's all this? Your results. Congratulations to all. I'm confident you'll all achieve your goals. So, young man, what are your aspirations?
I want to do robotics, ideally from the Bust Institute in the US.
And you, young lady?
Sir, I love kids and I would love to learn pediatrics. I feel Boston is the best place for that.
Sumit, what about you?
Back home to India for medicine.
Good. I'm sure you'll all achieve your aspirations, be it in India or anywhere. Keep in mind, your first challenge is the entrance, whether it's IIT, JEE, SAT or NEET. You have to learn from the masters. Brilliant Qatar. is the passport to your success.
We undertake coaching for regular and repeat batches and tuition for board examinations. Brilliant Education Centre, Doha, Qatar.